talking. Good morning, everyone. Just to let you know that we will start in a couple of minutes. Just give us 1 or 2 minutes more and then we will begin. And thank you for your patience. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for waiting and sorry for the delay. We can begin now, and I would like to very warmly welcome you on behalf of the RCC to the 3rd Annual Regional Conference on Countering Disinformation. I would like to welcome all of you who are here with us today in person and also all of those who are following us online. We invited you here to join us in resuming the dialogue that the RCC has begun some 3 years ago on the negative impacts of disinformation and on the best ways of how we can counter them. Disinformation has, of course, been around since the beginning of time, ever since people began to communicate. But now with globalization and with the rapid expansion of digital technologies and digital communications, disinformation is really just one click away and can fast reach millions of people. As such, disinformation becomes the matter of personal safety as well as the security of overall societies. Just how disinformation interplays with security and how the trends in disinformation and related security threats have evolved will be the matter of our first panel. Since young people are the ones who use the internet, digital media, and social media most frequently, they are also the first in the line of fire when it comes to disinformation. But as the frequent users, by engaging in the social media, digital media, and the internet, by posting, resharing, retweeting, they are also the ones who inadvertently spread disinformation. So what the most significant impact of disinformation is on the young people and how we can turn their relative vulnerability into resilience, that will be the topic of our second panel. Finally, this year, at the regional conference on countering disinformation, we wanted to offer you tools with which you can detect, deconstruct, and of course, counter disinformation. And we wanted to offer these tools especially to students, because soon enough, you will be the ones who receive, verify, share, and produce information. And you want to make sure that these are verified and non-manipulative. I would like to have one technical issue to get out of the way, or rather a matter, and that is that we would like the participants who are joining us online to also take an active part in the discussion. So on that note, please, all of those joining us online, please do feel free to ask your questions or leave your comments in the Zoom chat box. After each panel, we will have a Q&A session, and we will address all the questions from the live audiences as well as the online ones at that point. And now I would like to invite for the introductory remarks our distinguished speakers here. These will be Mr. Amer Kapetanovic on my left side, Ms. Vera Karela sitting next to him, Mr. Ferdinand König at my left end there, and of course, Mr. Andrea Cascone, who is joining us online. So I would first like to give the word to Mr. Andrea Cascone, who is the Adriatic and Western Balkans Director in the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Please, Mr. Cascone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Petra, and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Well, I'm very pleased to be with you today, although only online. And Italy is very pleased to have contributed to this year's edition again. We are proud to be your partner in this endeavor. After 2 successful editions of this conference, this event is building up, is consolidating, and is becoming a flagship event, not just in the region, but generally about the topic which is more and more crucial. As a matter of fact, we are seeing today the dramatic events in Ukraine, which are exposing further the Western Balkans to disinformation. So we welcome very much this discussion as a great opportunity to focus on this issue. It is key in this moment to raise awareness on how disinformation works, and it is key to improve resilience of the region at all levels, not just institutions, but local communities and civil societies. And let me stress how much we welcome the special focus you dedicated this year to youth, because they are key in improving our resilience, the resilience of the region. So let me commend RCC for their commitment, for their extraordinary work on this topic, but more generally for their tireless efforts on regional cooperation. This is really the time to put aside divisions, to tear down obstacles and barriers in the region, to work together to unlock the full potential of Western Balkans. The region has a huge potential, but it needs to improve its integration. And Regional Cooperation Council has been a true catalyzer in advancing the region towards a more integrating, prosperous, and resilient region. So let me thank the Secretary General Melinda Bregu, Amir Kapetanovic, all the staff for your commitment and work. And I wish all of you the best success for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cascone, and which is something which I'm sure Mr. Kapetanovic will echo. We are very grateful for the contribution that Italy has been providing to the RCC and to this annual discussion on the disinformation. And with that, I would like to give the word to Mr. Amir Kapetanovic, the head of political department of the Regional Cooperation Council.
Thank you, Petra. I hope that colleagues who joined us online can hear me well. First of all, good morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure to see some of you in person. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring all the people who are now online in person, but maybe next time we will manage to do that. I would like to, of course, start by really thanking wholeheartedly the Italian government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for helping us to organize this third conference, and the second and the first one. So as Andrea clearly pointed out, this is becoming a flagship that is actually is established to last, not to be, just for one-time event. Of course, I'd like to use the opportunity to thank our partners, Osservatorio Balcani from, I don't know whether I pronounce it quite good, but I'll use an acronym, OBCT from Trento, as a really staunch supporter and a long-standing partner, and of course, Center of Excellence, European Center of Excellence from Helsinki, for teaming up with us on this. We can't do it alone, and that's quite obvious, but really, I mean, there is a good prospect if we continue doing this together. And that's why we are really, really grateful for having you with us. I hope that since this is a third one, some of you remember the first event, the first conference that we organized back in December 2020, against many odds and amid of COVID outbreak across the globe. And I remember that time we started our conference with a short sequence from a documentary movie, The Social Dilemma. It's very, got very good critics, and we were even so optimistic and let's say so ambitious we even invited the author of the movie to join us, but it turned out that we were very ambitious for that. But actually, around that time when we started preparing the first Disinformation conference, I remember that very vividly. We had with Luisa Zoom, WebEx meetings, quite frequently with Andrea, with colleagues from Italy. And one particularly strange news hit the media. It has almost become a breaking news at that time. And I'm sure that some of you heard about it. Actually, an old couple in Arizona in the United States got severely poisoned after drinking a bleacher, because they were told that if they do drink the bleacher, it might help them to prevent corona. And actually, this has nothing to do neither with the nationality or the origin or name. I mean, this is a clear and sheer reminder how the false information can kill a person. So the man unfortunately died, and the woman, his wife, was actually would really severe consequences, but she survived at the end of the day. Now, COVID-19 might look as a long distance, the past story, something that did go away, and actually current situation in Ukraine, as Andrea rightly pointed out, as a product of Russian invasion, is showing to us in real terms and in real life how the manipulation with truth, manipulation with fear and uncertainty, combined with really, really disastrous aggression with conventional weapon, might really bring about detrimental change, not only in Ukraine, but the entire continent and worldwide. According to the latest EU Disinfo Lab report from May this year, the findings confirmed that the conspirational communities that were very active to spread false information about COVID-19 remain to be very active these days to remain to spread around the false narrative coming from Russian propaganda. And this is not just accidentally. I mean, there is a silver shred that has to be followed there. So between our first Disinfo conference and the third one, we walked a long mile in between infodemia and information war. At that time, we really had an infodemia. Now, what we have and what we are witnessing is a real hybrid war in its full swing. So the question is quite logical. What does that mean for the Western Balkans? The Western Balkans, and I will not tell you anything that you don't know, has always been susceptible to divisive narratives that always bring along hatred and violence. And this is something that we have to keep in mind while talking about this particular topic. To that end, the Western Balkans is often get caught between rock and hard place of geopolitics in a very poor media literacy environment. And if you ask me, for me, this is a perfect recipe for disaster. As the events unravel, it is our constant responsibility to cultivate understanding and awareness. And this is actually what we are trying to do with this conference, with actually all three conferences, and that we are going to continue to do in the future. When we consider the hybrid threats which are potentially arising from this situation which I mentioned, we have the opportunity to learn from previous experiences. And this is really something that is important, to compare the notes, to compare the practices, and to see how we can learn from the best practices that you have in the European Union, across the EU, and how to implement them in the Western Balkans, but not in a fashion and in a way that it is one-way street, but in a way that we actually get together the major community stakeholders to team up with us in this very, let's say, complex endeavor. What is the good news in all that, and this is really good starting point, is the fact that the ordinary people, the citizens of the region, are very much aware, very well aware of hybrid threats, and especially to what extent the disinformation, spreading the disinformation, might be a security challenge and security problem in the region. I'm not telling this at top of my head, but actually I'm quoting here the recent public opinion survey on security issues, Securimeter, and actually I'm now sharing with you a piece of exclusive news. We have just finished collecting the data and analyzing the data that we collected, and I can tell you that 74% of our respondents agree that disinformation poses a threat to their economies, as we call them, so to their societies. 74% of respondents. They also think, and this is a bad news for media, and then again, this is not something that you don't know, but they consider media among the top spreaders of the disinformation in the society, along with the social media networks, and of course citizens themselves, which indicates clearly what should be our priority if we really would like to continue working seriously on this topic. What should be our target groups? And this is quite clear. I want to go any longer, any further, disclosing to you the findings of the security meter, because we'll be officially launching the key findings at an event, hopefully that will take place by the end of this month in Brussels. So there you will be invited also to hear more about it. But I just would like to bring this into this context so that we can see clearly the trend, that we can see that this is not a couple of us, a bunch of group of people who are talking something that nobody understands. No, in fact, people do understand that very well. And this is, as I said, the good news, something, a good flavor that we can really work with. So actually, after 2 years organizing a conference with the aim of raising awareness, and this was our particular main aim in first and the second annual Disinformation Conference, the third one, as you can see from the agenda, is actually related to more practical work. And I'm really happy to have with us a group of young people from across the region. I hope that camera can zoom them so that people who are joining us online can see them, because actually, as Petra rightly pointed out, unintentionally, of course, by using social media to such a large extent, the youngsters are a vulnerable group to this type of disinformation, both to spreading it and to be one of the main distributor, or someone who is actually who is targeted to put it in this context as such. So I think that it is good that you are with us. I really appreciate that. I think that you can learn a lot from our experts, because we have distinguished experts today with us who can really share the knowledge and some concerns. But I think that we also can learn from you. So I do invite you that actually to be proactive as much as this conference allows you to be proactive, so that we can exchange with you the experiences, the concerns, and have this interaction, which is for us really very important. As Petra said, and I I can only repeat, we are in this effort for the long term. We understand quite clearly that disinformation is neither an overnight phenomenon, so there is an overnight remedy. So we cannot, and we are quite aware of the fact that we cannot solve the problem by having conferences. There should be definitely follow-up, and this is something we are working on. I can only say that we do commit ourselves to continue, that we do commit ourselves to count on the support of our experts, of our partners, to have fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh conference more practical, with vulnerable target groups, so that we not only raise awareness, but also build the capacity. And of course, not only capacity of our youth, not only capacity of media, but also governments, because governmental role is crucial there as well, in terms of legislation, in terms of framework, and so on and so forth. So having said that, I'd like to really thank you once again for being with us. I hope we are going to have very, very constructive, fruitful conference, and some conclusion that will clearly pave the way for our future work. Thank you very much once again, Petra.
Thank you, Amer. And I think we can all agree that a topic which is so comprehensive, multidimensional, and which requires, as we said a couple of times now, a long-term effort. We also in these efforts need good partners, which the RCC is lucky to have. So first of all, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the OBCT, and in this conference, a great partner has been the Center of Excellence on Countering Hybrid Threats from Helsinki. So I would like to give the word to Ms. Vera Karela for her remarks.
Thank you so much, Petra, and good morning, everyone here in the room and also everyone following this conference online. It is my great pleasure to be here at the third regional conference of Countering Disinformation in the Western Balkans and address all of you participants on behalf of the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. I just want to start by thanking the Regional Cooperation Council for inviting me and my colleague Jakub Galensky here today. And it is our pleasure to be here and basically do what we do best. We share our expertise, share our knowledge, and aim to build resilience within everyone to counter hybrid threats, and especially today, disinformation. As my colleagues have mentioned before, one can't really talk about disinformation today without mentioning the current war in Ukraine. Russia's actions in Ukraine since 2014 have brought the Russian disinformation campaigns and also the extensive network of information influencing to the awareness of the rest of the world more clearly than ever. This is also a great time to note that disinformation is not just, it's not the intent, it is often a mean to an end, which we are now seeing in Ukraine. And keeping this in mind, I am sure that everyone in this room is aware how this is not the first war that has been started with the intent of violence, of extremism, of extreme reactions. But disinformation has functioned as the tool to reach that goal. So against that, it is crucial for us to discuss how we can better counter disinformation, how can we better mitigate its impact to our own societies and also the other societies around us, other people around us. And I have to say, these events, such as this conference, these are a great opportunity to build our own resilience and most of all, raise awareness of the dangers of disinformation. And as said by my colleagues before, it is also a wonderful chance for all of us to get together, to discuss and to learn from each other. And I'm extremely happy that we have a group of students here today. And I hope that this conference will equip you with very good tools to face the challenges that you will come across throughout your future career. And with this short and sweet note, I would like to wish everyone a great and insightful conference, and I'm very much looking forward to the panels and the workshop in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vera. And last but very much not least, we know that Western Balkans economies are aspirants to the European Union, and we also know that any kind of security threat is transnational. In countering these threats, we rely on the cooperation and coordination between the Western Balkans region and the European Union. So I would like to give the word to Mr. Ferdinand König, Head of Communications and spokesperson at EU Special Representation in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you very much, Petra. And good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here today with you. Congratulations on this third conference, and I wish you success in expanding the format in the future as well. I mean, with the effects of the pandemic still with us, we're still living with the consequences of it, and of course, as so many people have mentioned, the war in Ukraine at the moment, it's never been more important to tackle disinformation. It's been with us for forever, as has been said, but it's never been more important now to address it. Now, let me say a few words about gaslighting. The concept of gaslighting has received increasing attention in psychological literature. Now, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the term, gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse, and it's usually perpetrated in relationships where kind of repeated undermining, repeated kind of bullying makes you question your own beliefs and your perceptions of reality. And this kind of manipulation can wear down your belief, your confidence, and it leaves you dependent on the person that is gaslighting you. Now, quite simply, the purveyors of disinformation are gaslighting us, right? Democratic societies rely on trust to operate. You have to be able to trust that elections are fair. You have to be able to trust that the institutions that represent you serve your interests as a citizen. And by attacking our trust in our public institutions, by attacking our trust in healthcare professionals, independent experts, independent media as well, making it seem as if all media are the same, undermining our trust in the information we receive, purveyors of disinformation are attacking the conventions that traditionally bind a democratic society. Now, to speak personally for a minute, as the husband of a Ukrainian and the father of two half-Ukrainian children, when I see narratives that somehow the massacre in Bucha was faked, or that somehow Ukraine is a hotbed of Nazism despite having a Jewish president, it makes me very angry. It leads me to despair. And I'm sure these are emotions that many people in this room and watching online will also share when they see similar narratives of denialism or even genocide triumphalism here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And that's also part of the point of why purveyors of disinformation are doing it. It's to create anger, it's to create despondency, it's to create distrust, it's to undermine our beliefs, that we can fight back against these lies, right? But we can fight back, and we must fight back. The European Union has made the fight against disinformation a top priority. Now, here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, our approach is based on two pillars. The first is investing resources to understand the problem and to make the findings of research available to those who are working to fight disinformation. So we've commissioned research on sources of disinformation, networks that spread false information. Unfortunately, our research confirmed what we already intuitively knew, which is that disinformation is a major problem here in BiH, and there are many hubs that spread falsehoods. We also recently commissioned research which looked into the content and prevalence of belief in conspiracy theories and disinformation narratives, and to explore how these beliefs affect real-life decisions, specifically those related to health and to immunization against COVID-19. And you mentioned earlier, the people in Arizona drinking bleach as a result of disinformation they had received. Now, the research that we recently conducted indicated here in Bosnia and Herzegovina that around half of the country's population, so 47%, can be influenced by conspiracy theories. About 29% strongly believe in them, and only 24% of the population completely reject them. So the first pillar is research, is understanding the problem, sharing these findings, and working together. But as well as research, a second pillar of our approach is education. Through, for example, our Media Literacy for Youth projects, we've been working with high school students across the country to teach them to recognize this information, avoid spreading it further, and distinguish reliable sources of information from non-reliable ones. And I'm very glad that there is such a focus today on young people and what can be done to immunize them against disinformation. Now, just as a final point, we're all aware that systematic and orchestrated dissemination of disinformation has to be tackled through targeted measures involving a number of actors. We have to work together. So we have to work with authorities, regulatory bodies, fact checkers, civil society, independent media. And so this is why multi-stakeholder discussions such as the one that we're having today, it's so important. So thank you again to the RCC for hosting this conference, and I wish everyone a very successful day.
Thank you, Ferdinand. As I said, it is incredibly important both to have the coordination between different stakeholders, as you've said, and this partnership cross-national, transnational, across the European continent and globally, if we can. And with that, we will conclude our introductory remarks. And we will now transfer to our first panel, which will be moderated by Ms. Luisa Chiodi from Osservatorio Balcani e Caucaso e Transeuropa. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I've been practicing. The OBCT. So as we said, this will be the panel which will talk about why we should care about this information, what are the trends and security implications of this information, and Luisa will, of course, introduce her distinguished panelists. Thank you.
So, thank you. I'm really honored to chair our first panel for this conference with professors, experts, and practitioners from different European countries that have convened here to share insights regarding our state of play in disinformation proliferation and security threats. It has been said, and we know it, disinformation originates from the willingness of given actors to destabilize our information flow. They do it for political aims, for economic gains, or even sometimes even pure entertainment. Whatever the motivation at the origins, disinformation aims to jeopardize the foundation of democracy. That is the possibility of a healthy debate based on different views, reasoned disagreements, and with the goal to come to an agreed synthesis and take decision in a coherent way. It has been mentioned, it does so by generating distrust, sweeping into the existing cracks of our societies, exploiting our vulnerabilities, producing confusion in societies already dominated by a number of anxieties. It does so relying upon inherent features of our human mind, including our cognitive biases, and on the inherent fracture and fragilities of the architectures of our societies that have been challenged by the digital transformation. We should not see disinformation as the origins of our problem. I think this is a very important starting point, but we should see disinformation as amplifying, worsening already existing ones. So our desirable course of action in combating disinformation should not really focus solely on hostile actors and each time identify them, but the possibility to mitigate and sterilize this disinformation on the opposite stems from our capability, first of all, understanding and addressing our vulnerabilities. We should first and foremost recognize the flaws, the issues where disinformation thrives, and by mending them, strengthen and become more resilient. Where malicious actors instead, then in the end, will be isolated and the efficacy of their actions reduced. Finally, we should not only react to disinformation, but also pursue positive actions, such as working on empowering ourselves, empowering civil society and the media. Our panelists here will now guide us in understanding the nature of disinformation, both as a global phenomenon
and actualize it in the specific context of the Western Balkans. A few things have been already said about the vulnerability of the region. Indeed, the Media Literacy Index shows that the citizens in the Western Balkans are slightly more vulnerable to both domestic and foreign disinformation than their European Union counterparts, although no one is on the safe side. In the Balkans, as elsewhere, disinformation is, again, I want to stress it, a symptom of political, economic, and social fragilities rather than a cause. And it is often generated by local actors, fueled by political polarization. This should not be forgotten. The permeability of societies dominated by weak institutions, contested sovereignty, internal rifts. But in the Balkans, as elsewhere, disinformation is not fought by denouncing only external influences. It's fought by strengthening institutions and democracy. In other words, and I'm sorry to say so, in the enlargement process, those years could have been, and hopefully can still be, the strongest safety net for the Western Balkans in many fields, including the fight against the disinformation disorder. And this is so because advancing the integration process constitutes the fundamental step to counter the vulnerability exploited by malicious actors. Becoming a member state means becoming a functional, liberal, democratic system where political actors cannot freely spread disinformation to capture the state or gain electoral support. There are normally counterbalances to that. But also it means fighting foreign interference jointly with other member states, not alone. And also, and finally, being part of a union that has the power to contrast with its rule the data extraction economy that is led by all-powerful digital platforms that are exploited by malicious actors. As we know, a consistent enlargement policies is now hampered both for internal reasons, the difficulties encountered in the Western Balkans, but also we know for the contradictions, ambiguity, even hostility on the side of member states. Enlargement is itself ended up, that's the paradox, the enlargement ended up itself targeted by disinformation, which is making the Euro integration process less likely to happen. And this should worry us, but we have already spoken about the need to create awareness, of creating resilience, but also empowering ourselves, because fears are not a right way to counteract. And indeed, the European Union Democracy Action Plans that has been devised in the last few years, it gives us the right direction to work, because it explains that beyond resilience and vulnerability mitigation, we should actively promote democracy, democratic engagement, active participation, greater commitment to media pluralism, and indeed a strong role for civil society. So this is my very brief introduction to leave the floor to our experts that will share examples of from their work, data gathered from their experiences, and will help us examining the effect of disinformation on social and national safety. But also, and this is very important for today as our task, discussing good practices in resisting the phenomenon. A term I've found recently in a paper I've just read by coming here, a recent paper by Bacha and I heard say we should start pre-banking, not debunking. We should anticipate with our own toolbox against disinformation, the disinformation itself. And we should also work in terms, as it was mentioned, as a multi-stakeholder platform to create persuasive alternatives to the situation we are in. So my role here is to introduce you our guests. First of all, let me give the floor to our first speaker, Jakub Kalensky, Senior Policy Analyst at the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats in Helsinki. And by giving you the floor, I am asking you basically the implication, in particular in the decision-making process in our democratic context of this disinformation. Jakub, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and many thanks to the organizers for doing this event. It's a pleasure to be here. The panel's title is Why Should We Care? And the answer is quite simple, because disinformation is a threat. It's a serious threat, serious security threat, a threat that is killing people on a daily basis. We have seen it in the Pizzagate conspiracy in the United States. Edgar Madison Welsh drove all the way from North Carolina to Washington, D.C. To fire from the assault rifle on the people in the restaurant that he believed is a center of a pedophile conspiracy ring. We had a similar case in the Czech Republic, where I come from. Pensioner Jaromír Balda spent years consuming hateful disinformation campaign denigrating Muslims, and he was a bit concerned that the level of attention paid to this problem is not high enough. So he tried to stage a terror attack that he would falsely blame on the Muslim to generate some more hatred against the Muslims in Czech Republic. Take the Capitol riots last year. People who were lied to about the election results started violent protests resulting in 5 deaths and dozens of injured people. We see it regularly that people who fall victim to disinformation campaigns are willing to threaten other people's lives. We have seen it on a much bigger scale just recently, as was mentioned also during the introductory remarks, with the COVID pandemic. Disinformation around COVID was responsible for deaths of those who believe that the pandemic is not real, that the virus doesn't exist, and that no precautions are necessary. Also, those who believe that vaccines are not working, or that there is some secret microchip from Bill Gates that will control your life, or that they are some threat to your health. The global pandemic was significantly worsened by disinformation campaigns. And then the current Russian war in Ukraine. This horrible war and the atrocities that Russia's soldiers are committing on a daily basis, they are a result of a years-long disinformation and hate-spreading campaign. The Russian soldiers murdering and raping civilians in Ukraine are saying it themselves, actually. They were quoting disinformation stories in 2014 as a reason why they are coming to Ukraine to kill civilians. The story about the crucified boy in Slavyansk, which never happened. They were quoting it in 2014 as the reason why they come to Ukraine to kill people. And they continue to repeat Kremlin's lies even now. Lies about alleged Nazism in Ukraine, about non-existent threat to Russian-speaking population in Ukraine, the lies that Ukraine is not even a country, Ukrainians are not real people, these lies that are actually a clear copy-paste of the lies that Nazi Germany used against their victims. These lies are supposed to be somehow justifying the terrible crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine. Disinformation can work in a more subtle, more subversive way. It affects the way with which we perceive and frame events and situations and our decisions. The narratives that we hear in the West about the NATO expansion, which in itself is actually a disinformation because NATO doesn't expand, the countries asked to be there, that this is somehow responsible for the current war. Or the narratives that Ukraine should give up against Russia, give up on the territories, give up on Ukrainians living on these territories, people who will be deported, raped and murdered at the very moment Russia takes over a piece of land. The narratives that if we as the West oppose Russia's war crimes and barbaric atrocities, then World War III will follow. All these narratives are a success of Kremlin's disinformation campaign, of their years-long cultivation of our information ecosystems, and they affect our decision-making processes. A similar effect can be achieved on a smaller scale, on the level of a country or a region. the way we perceive and frame some historical, socio-economic, religious, or even sexual questions, they can affect our decision-making processes, including elections and referenda. I talked about the anti-Muslim campaign in Czech Republic, which is still something slightly ridiculous to me because we have close to no Muslims in the country. But the years-long anti-Muslim campaign in Czech Republic will get picked up by an anti-EU, anti-Muslim political party, and their election result is boosted by this years-long disinformation campaign. These disinformation campaigns can result in situations that are negatively affecting our societies, and thus they indirectly strengthen those adversaries who are spreading these campaigns, which in Europe is still predominantly Russia, but increasingly we will be facing the same or perhaps even stronger challenge from China. I would conclude that I still do not consider the response of our countries to be adequate or proportionate to the threat. The aggressors are still much more determined to harm us than we are determined to protect ourselves and our way of life. But not to end on a purely negative note, there is still a lot more that we could be doing against disinformation. And it's not some abstract ideas that have never been tried anywhere. It's tested best practices from across the world, from European countries, from North America, from Asia. I will not go into too much detail in these opening remarks because we will have the workshop in the afternoon where we are going to discuss precisely these countermeasures against disinformation. But let me stop here. There is the knowledge what needs to be done. We have the tools, so all we need is actually the determination to win this fight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jakub Kalensky, because indeed we will work in the afternoon in details about the hopes that you have just raised on the possibility for us to empower ourselves in this context. Now it is Salvatore Custureri's term. He's a project manager at LUIS Data Lab in the Italian Digital Media Observatory IDMO. That is one example of a multi-stakeholder hub, part of the larger European Digital Media Observatory, EDMO, where 8 nations are involved on this effort to combat disinformation. Salvatore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luisa. And I want to thank all the organizer and the Regional Cooperation Council for inviting us. I will not repeat all the stuff about disinformation already highlighted by my distinguished colleague. I want to point out how we decided to counter disinformation with the help of the European Union in Italy, in particular with the work of the European Digital Media Observatory and the Italian Digital Media Observatory. The two main strategies that we are using in our work, which have proven to be successful so far, and that are used at the global level to prevent and combat the spread of disinformation and its use in particular for political and societal manipulation, are fact-checking and media literacy. Fact-checking has in a certain way in the recent times moved one of the primary functions of media, so verifying information before publishing it from the media outlets to other actors that are mainly NGOs. In this way, fact-checkers could use the tools and methodologies of fact-checking to verify the veracity of political statement by political leaders, but also to monitor the veracity of mass media content, so to analyze what is streamed by television, newspapers, journalists, and so on and so forth. The work of this fact-checker, basically, for what concerns Italy and all the other hubs in Europe, helps the public to better understand not only the factual accuracy of published information, but also to analyze the context, the framing, and the reason why some information are presented in certain ways. This kind of operation, this kind of fact-checking operation, on another side, requires the public to have a specific set of skills and a specific set of competencies to deal with this kind of methodologies, which leads to the other strategy for preventing the spread of disinformation, that is the diffusion of media literacy. Basically, a media literate person is a person that understands the role and functions of media in society and is able to critically evaluate media content and to interact with this media, in particular with digital ones, in a mindful way. For this reason, on the basis of European guidelines and multi-stakeholder consultations in Italy and abroad, we are working on our national side, but we're also working with the other 8 hubs that are based in Spain, in Belgium, in Luxembourg, in the Czech Republic. And we are working also to help, for example, the Baltic states to create their own hub. And we are monitoring the situation in the Western Balkans and all throughout Europe. We inaugurated our observatory in September 2021, and we decided to create a particular kind of hub that is unique in the European panorama, because it's, as Luisa correctly pointed out, a multi-stakeholder hub that is financed by the European Commission under the Connecting Europe Facility mechanism, that is a key EU instrument to facilitate cross-border interaction between public administration, businesses, corporation, and citizens through the creation of a digital service infrastructure that will serve the digital single market of Europe to create a European ecosystem of interconnected digital services. So our work is aimed at supporting and implementing the work of the European hubs to establish a point of reference for analyzing and combating disinformation while creating this network of national hubs working on digital media analysis. The national hubs will combat, as I anticipate, disinformation in 8 EU countries, studying its impact on societies to disseminate positive practice in the use of digital media. And we are doing so with various means, but basically the main tools are media literacy and fact-checking. The observatory is, I point out on the composition of the hub because it's very peculiar and because in our opinion, we are mindful that one of the key factors, as mentioned before during the opening panel, in achieving these goals and combat disinformation is the construction of a strong culture of leadership and the involvement on the part in this project of various actors and professionals that are working in the field of information and countering disinformation. In fact, disinformation is a social threat, and therefore it requires a concerted response, organized and endorsed at the societal level, not only at the governmental level, but must go through the entire social fabric and must be endorsed at every level of its composition, of the national society and international society. This is the reason why we deem necessary to set up this multi-stakeholder platform with the participation of cultural institutions, schools, universities, political leaders, governmental organizations like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, universities, political leaders, mass media, information provider. We are also working with platforms like Google, like Meta, and so on and so forth. Because we believe that all these different experiences and backgrounds working in various capacities within the project and within the Italian project and the whole European project are able to orient the various activities to combat disinformation with always fact-checking and media literacy at the forefront. To do so is necessary to create an extensive coalition because disinformation at the global, regional, and national level cause conflicts, harm citizens, and mislead decision-making process at every level of the governmental action. So information disorder results in societal disorders. Raising the level of media literacy and expanding the fact-checking methodology and this practice are two important steps that needs to be taken in order to combat disinformation and political manipulation to ensure security at national and supranational level. Because information disorder is creating this global political and economic disorder as well, and all involved actors should be included in strategies for preventing and combating these threats. The first thing to do is build trust and social resilience that are the key factor to build an effective long-term strategy against disinformation. The core challenge in building this strategy is to frame a sustainable balance between freedom of information, national social security within the domain of information, but also to frame all these interests with law-making process and policy-making process at both the national and supranational level. Because if truth is indispensable for effective decision-making, fact-based policies are essential for human progress. I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In a way, we have to wish you good luck because let me say that the more actors are involved, the more difficult it is. So it is nice to say multi-stakeholder, but then in practice, there might be trust, but cooperation has to be somehow stimulated. Jealousy is part of the work of civil society in dealing with each other. So hopefully in the next conference we'll have the chance to see the first results of your 1 year work or 2 more years work in building this coalition. Now it's Mr. Dante Brandi, Head of Communication and Coordination Unit at the Directorate of Culture and Public Diplomacy at the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And my first hint would be, we have, when we discuss about this kind of topics, always the risk of menacing freedom of expression and media freedom when we work on countering disinformation. So how can we be sure to avoid that? What is the common European approach that Italy is working on to avoid this risk? Dante, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Louise, and good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure. I thank the RCC for the invitation. You posed a very interesting question, and maybe it would be worthing to start in, of course, confirming what other speakers said about the fact that definitely disinformation or manipulated information is a threat. Others have explained already better than I can do why it is a threat. The thing is that different stakeholders can see disinformation as a threat from different standpoints. Definitely parliaments, for example, see disinformation as a threat to democratic and electoral processes, which is definitely one standpoint, very important. Governments can see disinformation as an hostile threat to society, to democratic processes, to the course of action of government activities. Public opinions and civil society see disinformation as a threat because it implies or it threatens the way they can be informed in a correct and transparent manner. If standpoints are different, it has already been said that a solution comes only if we work together, which is definitely the approach not only of Italy, but the EU, and I would say all like-minded countries in some way. We are working definitely, and we, as a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we arranged an event at the beginning of February this year to, again, to put around the table all involved stakeholders in our country to discuss disinformation, potential policies related to disinformation, not only domestically, but most importantly, as a matter of foreign policy. And we concluded our works, and the dialogue, of course, is still going on, in how to say, stressing three main vectors or pillars for an effective policy action on disinformation at a European or an international level. We definitely believe full support must be given to all policies addressing media literacy, fact-checking, so building resilience to disinformation, not only, of course, in our own society, but all over the place, possibly, including the Western Balkans, of course, but then I will come back to what we call the Global South. The second pillar is, of course, the regulation of digital space. It has been already said that disinformation runs through digital media quicker than it could run in how to say, intermediated information, like information made by journalists. Misinformation is often worse than disinformation. And we have clear examples in Italy when talking about the process and the passage between infodemia and the war and disinformation on the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. We clearly saw tactics and manipulative tactics able to transform the no-vax or conspiracy theories group in our digital media in the Italian infosphere into pro-Russian groups overnight. Just mentioning that the US or the West was financing a biological lab is the classic clickbait that can activate any conspiracy theory groups in not only in Italy, but in Italy it definitely happened. So we definitely believe regulation of digital space is crucial, is what is happening now in Europe. The Digital Services Act has been agreed by the Commission and the European Parliament and the Council. It is now in the process of being translated in the European languages. Close to the Digital Services Act, we have the Strengthened Code on Practice on Disinformation, which is a crucial tool. It puts together around the table independent regulators, digital platforms, academia, journalists, media, researcher, practitioners to discuss what went well in the Code of Practice on Disinformation, which was established in 2018, and what could be better designed to be more effective in the future as a co-regulation approach of the digital space, including, of course, the control of independent regulators on activities of digital platforms, especially on demonetizing disinformation and giving users the tools to detect disinformation. Of course, in Europe, as I said, this is a dimension of security. We discussed about the threat stemming from hostile manipulation. And of course, there has been a broad consensus on applying political costs to manipulation of information actions. It happened already during the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. You saw that Russia Today and Sputnik activities and broadcasting has been banned from the European infosphere, as well as other infospheres, the US and Canada, Japan. It has been a consensus decision, of course. It always implies a very careful balance between a censorship approach, because you detect those media are not really media, but agent operators, and the balance with the freedom of expression and the freedom of information, which is one of the most important value we promote and defend in Europe. And we must keep this in mind when we feel different from others, definitely. So we are discussing, of course, in Europe, how to apply these political costs in a more, how to say, structured way. And of course, the principles are very clear. They should be proportionate, temporary, related to the damages that has been provoked by the manipulative action. We see it in Italy as a last resort measure, definitely, because what I said, because we value freedom of expression, it would be definitely a setback not to consider this. But I want to just to touch upon a different topic to this regard. Governments are definitely discussing in these domains that I've just mentioned, but one point I would like to raise your attention to is related to how the Ukrainian and Russian conflict has changed a little bit the paradigm of strategic communication in general. Strategic communication is another very effective tool to counter disinformation or foreign manipulation. Luisa mentioned the word pre-bunking, and that is a crucial word, I think. If you analyze what happened at the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, before the invasion of 24th of February, the invasion and the idea of a pretext to be given by the Russians to the invasion has been pre-bunked by the Americans, by the British, even with the revolutionary approaches, like declassifying information like overnight, like in terms of few hours. So we knew it they were going to invade. So pre-bunking is possible. Strategic communication has become quicker. Reactions to manipulative approaches by Russian in this case, but this can be applied in all sectors, has been given an unprecedented velocity and coordination among partners. So we learned a lot from 2014 Crimea events, from where it stemmed, of course, the EU versus disinformation and the strategic communication unit at the external service in the EU. But we've learned a lot even during this Russian-Ukrainian conflict in terms of strategic communication. And now, of course, the next challenge of this strategic communication from the government point of view is, of course, to reach Russian ears, or to how to say, to give and to present correct and transparent information of what is happening really in Ukraine to those who tend to believe a different truth, and also to reach out to the global south, because we might think we have won the communication battle in the West, but we are losing it in the rest of the world. So Latin America, Africa, MENA region, Asia Pacific, they are much more pro-Russian than we believe. And of course, the battle is there now. The final point I would like to touch is that probably since we have these instruments now, and we adopted a proactive approach on disinformation, at least for the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, in the strategic communication I was mentioning, probably there is a political momentum now to consider investing political capital for international norms on disinformation. There is room for it. There are encouraging signals at the UN level, where a resolution on disinformation and how disinformation affects human rights and freedom of expression has been voted by majority in December last year, with an impressive, innovative language, as well as the adoption by consensus, which is really unprecedented, of the Commission on the report of the Commission on Information last May in New York. So we believe, as Italian government, there is room to spend, to invest political capital, to have international norms on disinformation, starting by definitions, but also starting and passing through tactic or techniques or procedures of manipulative information to settle a common ground where governments can definitely find a common ground and then apply for domestic legislation and remedies for their domestic society. But again, keeping very closely in mind that the balance between affecting the infosphere and freedom of expression is very subtle. We have to keep it in mind. And everything at the very end comes to a definition of trust, mutual trust, as some others already said. And that should be the guiding light for any government who wants to have a say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing out the complexity, the challenges, but also the forward-looking needs that we all have, and the efforts you as a ministry, we as the European Union try to make in terms of looking at the entire planet, not only in parochial terms, as we live in a very interconnected and challenging world. Now, our next two speakers will give us their opinions from distance, but I'm very glad to introduce you Jorge Gomez from VOST. I won't even try the pronunciation in Portuguese, not to make my life too difficult, but I'll go with the Association of Digital Volunteers in Emerging Situation. And Jorge, or Jorge probably, is going to allow us to understand how disinformation is not really happening by chance, which is their purpose, how it is organized. And because Jorge is a member of the working group on the Code of Practice on Disinformation, maybe he can anticipate something about a new self-regulatory document he's working on. Jorge, sorry from the wrong pronunciation from the very beginning. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? And can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
So good morning. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really sorry that I could not make it there, but I had an agenda that didn't allow me to. But it's an honor to be here and to be sharing this panel with everyone. When I got the invitation for this conference, the main question, which was disinformation, why should we care? Of course, that from someone that has a background in economics, my answer was immediately because we can't afford to. It's not a question anymore of why should we care about this information, or if is information something that we should be worried about. It's a fact that is here, and it's a fact that we can't afford not to care about this information and all the ecosystem that derives from this information. In this timeline, you can see in red the period we had the time to wonder if we should care about it, and maybe take some measures, especially in 2010, when the use of social networks started to be used by malicious actors. And of course, that I put here Russia's IRA, but there are other actors that were influencing and using social networks. But after 2016, we were put in a position that we were reacting to this information as a global phenomena with real impact on people, communities, and countries. And I can't stress this enough because, other panelists already have said this, but disinformation has a social impact. It has this real social impact that can break families apart, communities, and democracies. And this is something that we can't ignore, and we really can't afford to ignore anymore. Also, disinformation has a security impact. The social impact of disinformation is not contained. Disinformation campaigns today co-inhabit with cyber attacks, be these state-sponsored or done with criminal intentions. So disinformation cannot be seen as something isolated, but is part of a bigger ecosystem. And we have been witnessing cases where disinformation groups or dedicated channels to disinformation are actually recruiting grounds for cyber criminals. And and now with the situation in Russia and Ukraine, we see that these disinformation groups are also being used in the spread of malware and DDoS attacks and all of these cyber hybrid warfare that is going on. So this is something that we have to really be aware of. Another thing that I think that is important to note is that disinformation is transferable by design. And this means that, and this is something that we have been witnessing, especially since the COVID pandemic, is that disinformation campaigns that start, for instance, in the United States, they travel and are adaptable in South America, and then they travel to Europe and they are localized. Meaning that disinformation is something that is really organized, and sometimes we think that is not, that is basically is random and is done for fun, or is someone that just an idea. But our data and our research shows that these campaigns are made in a way that they are transferable, they can be localized, and in order to have more impact on the targets. Also, disinformation organizations, we believe, are volatile by design. This means that these chaos, these apparent chaos, where disinformation grows, is not something that is not something that we should take as just random and just by chance. But we do believe, and so some of our data shows that the volatility of these groups are so by design. And this is very similar to what we witness with cyber criminal organizations. We have been witnessing lately that some groups are supporting Russia and some groups are supporting Ukraine, and suddenly they say, oh, we are stopping our operations, and then 2 days after they come back with another name. And disinformation organizations are exactly doing the same thing. So there's a parallel here that I think that is very important. However, we don't have many studies, and here I appeal to all researchers in the room that are present about the economic impact of disinformation. And I think that this is important because we all know that governments and policymakers only will take real measures when we see the economic impact. So the more it costs, the less time we will take to actually start taking measures. And I know this might be funny, but it's also true. And what measures should be taken? We have listened a lot about what is being done, and this might sound strange coming from someone that spent the last 8 months in the working group that is writing the new code of practice on disinformation, which is a self-regulatory document, and that will be publicly announced on June 16th. But the truth is that we need more regulation, and we need to have more regulation, without looking at borders. If a platform or a VLOP, a very large online platform, wants to have a presence in a country, they should have local content moderation teams. This is fundamental because these local content moderation teams understand the context, understand the tone, understand the voice, which is something that today doesn't happen. We also need more data. I can tell you that we have made a few steps on the right direction with the new code of practice, but we need more data from the platforms. We need more data that is actionable, that is in real time, so that we are able to detect, when content is going viral, and that we make sure that that content is going viral organically and not because the algorithms are being manipulated. This is something that should not be optional. It should be there by default, and these data should be available to everyone. Then we need less artificial intelligence, and we need more human intelligence. This is fundamental. We are putting a lot of faith on artificial intelligence in machine learning. I speak against myself. We are developing a algorithm with a joint research center of the European Commission that is to detect images online, but we also need to have more human power with more educated people and more educated users as well. And then we need to cooperate more. I know that this word shows up a lot, the cooperation, but we are still not doing enough in having a cooperation center for disinformation where everyone in real time can share trends that they are seeing in their own countries, no matter if they are from the European Union. It doesn't matter where they are from. We need to have a true cooperation. And I think that so civil society, of course, here has a lot to do. And we just need, as a civil society organization such as ours, we just need to also cooperate more and open more and show policymakers and governments that we are willing to do it and that we have the tools to do it. So this was basically what I wanted to tell you in terms of the big trends that we are seeing. I think that I wanted to give you some food for thought, especially the volatility and the design of disinformation campaigns. And again, thank you so much for this opportunity. And you can reach me during the Q&A or via the contacts that I have here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for reminding us. In particular, it struck me the reminding of the importance of the local context, which I think it is always to be understood with human intelligence in order to see how disinformation travels, but is particularly successful in one country or in another due to specific fractures, long-term dynamics, and this needs all the time to be understood in order to be first anticipated or countered. Now I give the floor to Professor Emir Vajzovic, professor and head of Research Institute at the Faculty of Political Science at University of Sarajevo, who worked on media literacy and the importance of resilience in this information disorder. And I would like to ask him to discuss if he can, on the role of algorithm and this artificial intelligence that was mentioned in this decision-making processes that have been that are manipulated. Professor Vajzovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope the sound is of good quality. And I hope that my internet connection will not stand on the way of contributing to this great panel. So greetings to all fellow panelists, organizers, and our audience in Sarajevo and 4 billion potential viewers online. The trends and security implications of disinformation is closely related to my research and development on a scientific research platform in media information literacy and its importance for building resilience for hybrid asymmetric threats and distortions in media, information, and platform spheres in society. The general ideal of informed, educated, and critical thinking citizens is precondition for individual, organizational, and society security. When we talk about the trends and security implications of this information, I would think more in general terms of information disorder, as was mentioned which include additional of misinformation and malinformation. It's all very closely related to the role of algorithms and artificial intelligence in people's decision-making process, resulting in digital transformation of security landscape. And as I named it, the algorithmic democracy, which is actually the form of political will and decision-making process, where one of the key positions and powers in information, educational, and even political process is taken by algorithms and artificial intelligence, instead of previously, which we had media, mass media, and their communication rules. And it's closely related to the degree of bioinformatic fusion, technology, media information literacy, and independence of regulators. And when I say independence of regulators, it's not only of communication sector, but more in this direction where the Digital Service Act is going on data collection and use, supervision and control of algorithms. But also very important indicators are general socioeconomic situation in one country and the degree of digital transformation of society. Another long-term risk that was still not mentioned, but it definitely there, is trend of polarization of political ideologies due to algorithmic bubbles that are daily enhanced by information disorder, radicalization content, and another very, very important high security risk and consequences in the long run. Because this disinformation and general information disorder is creating not only short-term and current kind of distortion in society, but also more importantly is setting apart different groups that usually had a chance to kind of discuss and have this democratic dialogue on the possible solutions. More and more algorithm bubbles and platforms are kind of separating the groups from connecting to each other, and so society is more prone to asymmetric hybrid warfare attacks in these settings. So general fight against information disorder should not be only against the consequences, but foremost against the origins and roots. And our research have determined that children as young as 10-year-old are entering, as we named it, the digital adulthood, where they are left alone to navigate and interact in digital sphere without right education, upper mediation, or any guidelines. This is creating a long-term risk and vulnerability for the society. Their attention is being captured by big tech companies, platforms, and their future is determined by the algorithms, where they are fully exposed to information disorder manipulation, abuse, or misuse. The short-term solutions are in urgent synergy of constructive societal forces in the fight against information disorder, which this event is also contributing, and I'm very thankful for this. But the long-term solution is in quality education, which needs to be reinvented for the needs of new generations and this post-digital society. One of the good practices that I can share is example of University of Sarajevo's scientific research platform in media information literacy, which has developed a hybrid model of multi-stage integration of media information literacy, and it's resulting, among many other results and outputs, in delivery of the strategy of media information literacy that is being adopted in Canton Sarajevo as the optimal public policy intervention tool to tackle the threats on both short-term but also long-term solutions about disinformation. Government of Canton Sarajevo has been a wonderful partner in this multi-stakeholder platform, which is not only multidisciplinary, but also, as we like to call it, anti-disciplinary, where we have to just put aside all boundaries set by the scientific disciplines and work together understanding this very complex environment. I do agree to some extent with the previous speakers that more regulation or self-regulation can be helpful. But by design, it's more reactive measure. What we need is more proactive approach, which is based on better educations and ensuring long-term sustainable solutions. This way, we can look in the future and make it more, let's say, dynamic and responsive to the changing environment in platform society ruled by algorithms and artificial intelligence, and also big tech companies. Hence the praise for the European Union in its effort to kind of understand it and make it more acceptable for the future generations to live in. So with this, I would thank you and open floor probably for the discussion. Thank you.
First of all, reminding the importance of proactive and reinvention as the term you used when we speak about education, but also for the disciplinarities that as a term that you introduced, which is indeed one of the many barriers we have in our society. So it's not only civil society that has troubles in cooperating, but also academics in their different disciplinary boundaries, and therefore the challenges we're talking about are indeed multiple, and there is indeed the need of a strong determination to protect ourselves, our democracies, and our future. So now my role here is to collect your questions, remarks, and observations from the room, and so that we can address our speaker. I don't know whether there is a microphone that can be passed. Thank you. There is a hand raised there, and I wish all of you to have comments and observation to share with our experts before we then move to a more interactive workshop. Can you introduce yourself possibly and stand up? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So my name is Arne Sjelec. I'm a student in Faculty of Political Sciences on Department of International Relations and Diplomacy. So I have a question about social media regulations. So I do favor that. I think that we do need to regulate social media, social platforms, and I think that, you know, the way to counter this information is not only to publish true information, because people who already believe in false stuff, they will just say, well, you know, that true information that you have published is just your opinion. So I think that we need, you know, to be more active in the sense that false information on social media should probably be removed completely. You know, do not allow that stuff on the site. But I do not know, our local media teams, like the ones that were proposed, are really a way to do that. And I have a question about that specifically, because what stops a local media regulator to use their own bias and remove stuff that they do not personally like? Because I do not feel like a local media team in Hungary or Poland would allow a pro-LGBT, for example, story or an article to be published. So I have a question to whoever proposed that. How do you stop a local media bias? From making true information being published because they think that's false. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
I'm sorry, who do I get my microphone to?
Yes, so we get the answer from Portugal. Can you, Jorge Gomez, respond? Yes.
Yeah, of course. I think that is a great question, and I think that will bring us to the discussion that we used to have a media environment where media had actually a code of ethics, and that media was not weaponized. And the reality today is that that doesn't exist anymore. We live on the media landscape has changed a lot. We have media outlets that basically need to turn a profit, so they are indeed companies, and so they use sometimes tactics that they should be using in light of what journalism is. So the answer to this is that we can't, of course, just get rid of all information that is false. That is totally impossible. What we can have is strong measures in order to demonetize content. We have to have strong measures as well, in terms of making sure that we have rules in place, that we actually tell people, listen, this information and this media outlet is not trustworthy, and why, and we need strong fact checkers and the strong independent bodies that actually allow us to make that check. For you to have an idea, you have thousands of articles just in Europe being published every day. It's impossible to have the manpower to actually check everything. So we need more dedicated fact checking. We need to make sure that fact checking is also not biased and not weaponized. So these are really, really, really complex issues, because we will get to the point that people will ask, who is going to check the fact checkers? And I know that is a question that has been on our mind as well, but we do need to put more effort into making sure that people actually know with which type of content they are interacting with, instead of just taking it offline.
Thank you. And Jakub Kalensky wanted also to add his own answer.
I have to admit, I'm not a very big fan of singling out just the social media environment. It's by far not the only place where disinformation gets spread. There's still a lot of disinformation in traditional media, still a lot of disinformation being spread by domestic political players, for example. So, singling out social media isn't completely fair, but what do we need, or who should be the arbiter of truth? Take the way how you consume information. Do you rely on just one information source? You don't. We really need more players in this regard. So there should be the national regulator, obviously, but precisely for the cases you mentioned, there should be strong civil society watchdog who will be looking what this national regulator is doing. There should be strong media environment that will be checking both the media regulator and the civil society. I understand it is a challenge in many countries. Not every country has the pleasure of having both very strong institutions and strong media and strong civil society, but we should not put all the eggs in one basket. So diversification, the fact that you will have more actors helping you to navigate through the information ecosystem, I think that's the way forward. For example, in the civil society aspect, in 2014, Peter Pomerantsev and Michael Weiss published a study called Menace of Unreality. It was one of the first academic studies on Russian disinformation. One of the recommendations they had, and I think it's a brilliant one, and I keep repeating it, and when the committee of the European Parliament published their report last year, I managed to smuggle that part in as well. We need a Transparency International for disinformation. The trouble we have currently is that many civil society actors are working on disinformation from different angles. Someone is looking at Twitter, someone is looking at Facebook, someone is looking at domestic political players, but we do not have comparable data from the countries. So having a Transparency International, that produces comparable data about the level of corruption in particular countries, they have a methodology for that, they have regional hubs, and they have the central hub that coordinates the work of these regional hubs. Having something like that for disinformation, that would actually help a lot. And this could be quite a persuasive arbiter of truth, telling the social media, you should be taking this down.
Thank you. Yes, there is another question over there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Albina Castrate. I am from Kosovo, and I studied journalism at University of Pristina. First, I have a question more specifically for Mr. Kalinski about education people on this matter, but feel free to give your remark as well. It is known that people who are more prone to be victims of manipulation and disinformation are people who lack access to education and other forms of media, and education in general. And in this way, of course, their critical thinking, unfortunately, is not very much advanced compared to a person who has that privilege. So do you think it is okay to have to use the same approach, and method to people who have this kind of privilege and those who don't? Because obviously these people are more can get easily manipulated, and of course it's not their fault, but there are factors to it. Thank you.
If I may just ask, approach in what sense?
About people for this matter. Media literacy.
I don't really think that you will have like a silver bullet solution. That's something that works in Finland, which is a country with probably the highest media literacy in the world. That the same wouldn't work in Czech Republic, and we are probably closer to the Finnish standards than for example, Kosovo, unfortunately. So I don't think I have like a very good answer here. I'm afraid there is no cookie cutter solution. We have to be looking at the local specifics, whereas in some countries it might be the government institutions helping you. In some countries, as the previous colleague mentioned, they might be actually harming these efforts. So I'm afraid I don't have a very good answer here. I think we need very localized solution specifically for this problem of like media literacy and education about these problems. One pattern maybe that works in various countries. We need a variety of speakers. That's proven to be effective everywhere. It helps if you can rely on government as your partner in this regard, but also independent media, because they will be checking what the government is doing, and also strong civil society, but also actors like celebrities. In Lithuania, there is this great comedian / journalist. He has this type of show like John Oliver, Andrius Tapinas. Just recently, he was quite famous thanks to raising millions of dollars for the Bayraktar, for the Ukrainian army. And this guy has a show about Russian propaganda every week. He's making fun of it, mocking it. And this raises the awareness and raises the level of education about the threat among audiences that the governments and the mainstream media might never reach. He's reaching completely different people. So I think one pattern that would be working across the countries would be that we need more actors active in this regard. But I'm afraid I'm not the right one to tell you like how to solve the local specificities in your country. I'm afraid I don't have the knowledge. I'm sorry.
We have a second answer by Salvatore.
Just to point out one question. We made several researches in Italy on the Italian society about trust in media and how high is the level of media literacy in Italy. And we noticed with Ipsos and other organization that is not always true that well-educated people have a high level of media literacy. In Italy, for example, you go to school for free, you go to university for free, you have access. We are the younger generation are the most informed, probably, generation of all time now, with all this social media and stuff. And we noticed that also graduated people, professionals, and also top journalists in Italy are not so well formed on the aspect of media literacy. So it's not always a perfect equivalence between this, just to point out this.
I didn't have the data myself in this, but in, let's say, an empirical personal experience, I would have asked you precisely that, whether do we have any specific correlation between level of education and capacity to discern truth from falsehood. And I have the strong doubt that there is no so clearly correlated. Very often it might be more correlated to insecurity rather than level of education. So to what extent you want to regain the control of your life by trusting a conspiracy theory as a psychological mechanism to get out of insecurity, rather than the knowledge you have of the world. And often, of course, the closest the issue is to your direct experience rather than being an abstract issue. But although, of course, education is not to be considered something less valuable for that reason. I mean, that remains indeed a goal for everyone, but I wouldn't assume a straight correlation. Is there anyone else that wants to ask and make a point about our discussion? Before we have an interactive workshop, I'm sure there is some more that belongs to your own experience. And if you don't, then I thank you oh yes, okay, Alma.
Sorry, I don't have a question. But since I see, sorry for.
I think you need a microphone nonetheless.
Sorry. So just before heading for the coffee break, I would like to invite you to join us all on stage. We will try to take a family photo here on the stage and in front of the stage. If that will not work, we will find a different solution, but let's try this first. And after that, we will have a coffee break of about 15 minutes. We are running a little bit late, as you can see, but we still want to give you some time to rest and have some coffee and maybe some finger food. Thanks. So everyone to the stage.
Io di sicuro sarò
Okay, are we all ready? Good. Great. Welcome back. I'm sorry that coffee break was a little shorter than we originally intended. Sorry for the delay, but we will continue now with our second panel, which concerns the interplay between youth and disinformation. And today with us, we have some incredibly bright, successful, and ambitious young people who are able to talk to us about different aspects concerning youth and disinformation. We will try to make this panel as interactive and as dynamic as possible. So we will have 2 rounds of questions. I will ask each of my panelists to keep their answers to up to 4 minutes, just so that we can have more questions and comments from the audience, and also to allow you to interact with each other. So you are also invited after each round of questions to reflect, if you want to, on what the previous speakers have talked about. So with us today is, so starting from my left side, Mr. Fuad Avdagic from the Youth Initiative for Human Rights in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Next to him, with one social distance space in between, is Ms. Irina Filipovic, from the who is the Supervisory Board President from the National Youth Council of Serbia, or KOMS for short. And next to her is Mr. Daniel Vasilev, a young journalist from North Macedonia. Online, we are joined by Ms. Andrea Michanovic, who is which is the most important thing for this panel, the member of the governing board of RAICO, she's from Montenegro. And we have Mr. Drenger Guri, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is a lecturer at the Department of Journalism at the University of Pristina. So welcome and thank you all for being here with us. Just a couple of short notes in the beginning, just a few data from the last year's Balkan Barometer. So that is the RCC's public opinion survey, which I think this data I think is interesting for our debate today. And that is when asked how often they use the internet, young people aged 18 to 24 say that 88% of them say that they use it at least 2 to 3 hours a day. And of those 88%, 42% spend 4 or more hours a day on the internet. We also see, according to this data, a discrepancy between social media platforms used by young people compared to the platforms used by older generations. For example, 62% of young people prefer Instagram, whereas 52% of their older peers prefer Facebook. So we have this difference, which also influences how aware potentially decision makers are of the content and data that is being shared on the preferred social media used by young people. And one last data is that when asked about which factors they think contribute most to radicalization and violent extremism in their respective economies, 42% of young people recognize propaganda and fake news as having the biggest impact, and 37% see social media and the content shared on the social media. So I think we have a lot to talk about. And I will start with Mr. Drenger Guri, who I hope is here online with us. Yes, there he is. Thank you. So I would like to start with you also because the Kosovar society is the youngest one in the Western Balkans. And as we heard from this data now, young people are the most frequent users of social media. So from your work and your research and your impressions in general, how well equipped do you think that young people are in recognizing, detecting, and dismissing disinformation in this vastly unregulated social media space? And what is the impact of this on the overall Kosovar society?
Thank you, Petra, and thank you for having me in the conference. Thank you for the invitation. Hope that next time I will manage to be in person there with the other participants. in Kosovo, it's because of the as one of the youngest population in Europe, we have seen that most of citizens spend plenty of time in social media, in internet in general. Also, as a society, it's something that we have. Like, for instance, Kosovo had the highest.
Okay, we are having a bit of a technical difficulty.
I apologize because my internet is not stable for the moment. So you can hear me. Did you hear me in the beginning or?
Yes, the beginning was fine. We only lost you at the last sentence.
Okay, so I was talking about the highest percentage of households with home-based internet access, which in Kosovo is 93%, is over the percentage rate of the European Union, not only the region, the other countries on the region, and having the high percentage rate of people using social media, it means that a high percentage of people are exposed to the social media disinformation, because especially in Kosovo, the disinformation often is spread in different Facebook groups, Facebook pages, and not like on other media channels. And to continue to answer your question, I think that young people are not well equipped recognizing or deconstructing disinformation, because we don't have media literacy in primary or high school. Lately, it is elective, but we will discuss probably later also about that, which I believe that it's not enough. And in the end, you can see that we youth people in Kosovo, they are not prepared for the informational environment that we have in Kosovo. And I think that this is a very big problem, and it's an issue that we have to work and to find what can we do as society to improve media literacy, and to improve these skills to the youth, because they are very important skills nowadays. If you spend, you mentioned almost 50% of respondents that says that they spend more than 4 hours per day in social media. It's quite a big figure. In my experiences with different workshops that I have on the last couple of years with high school students, I found sometimes boy or girl that spent 10, 12 hours in Snapchat. So, and I was in a case, I was like asking, okay, do you eat, do you sleep? Because if you go like 12 hours per day, and do you go at school? And this is also related to the regulation that we have, which in some schools they doesn't even allow phones on their class because of to be like a restriction, which I don't agree myself, because it's something that it's not like we have the possibility to learn younger people that one of the ways to be protected from media is to push it away, which in a way you can't do it. Even if you want to use social media in a way, they come to you. Especially Social Dilemma as a movie explains very good this how it works. And what's the impact of social media disinformation? I believe that the percentage rate of people believing that COVID-19 doesn't exist, which we had on June 2020, and it was over 50% of people that believe that COVID-19 doesn't exist, is one of the impacts that disinformation had in our society. I don't have the number like separated in age, different groups of ages. However, it shows that in our society, this issue of the lack of media literacy skills, it's spread it in all different age of groups, even with youth, which are like digital natives, and which is one more thing that could be discussed, because being digital native, expectations are that they have more skills. However, when you see the discussion, when you make different workshops, you realize that in fact they don't. In Kosovo, at least, they don't.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very informative, and those are some shocking numbers. The 50% of those not believing in COVID that you mentioned, and we heard that an incredibly big number of people have internet access, an above average number of people, and we consider young people to be digital natives. So we constantly talk about young people as navigating this digital space. So I wanted to ask Mr. Vasilev, working as a young journalist in North Macedonia, what would you say, what is the level of trust and reliance that young people have on the more traditional media and reporting? Do you think that this interplay, which you will elaborate on, is something that makes young people in North Macedonia more vulnerable to disinformation, or on the contrary, does it make them more resilient?
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to follow up on the data that Mr. Kapetanovic presented at the beginning. Last month, there was a survey in Macedonia that said that the largest spreaders of fake news and disinformations are the politicians and the journalists and media. Over 90% of the people think that the journalists are the largest spreaders of disinformation, which is personally a devastating news for me. I come from a traditional media. I work in a TV station, but the problem is that I don't even watch TV. I use my TV for, I don't know, platforms such as Netflix and HBO. I don't watch news. I read all the reports online. I watch all the reports online. And probably the young people do not watch TV at the moment. The problem is that the traditional media in Macedonia are failing to adapt on the digital era and to use the social networks properly. We are all using Facebook, but Facebook now is a social network for elderly people. There are only a couple of media, 2 or 3, that are using Instagram properly, and none of them is using TikTok, for example. And only a couple of media, they're basically non-commercial. They're financed by Western embassies, are targeting young people with their information and with their news. So this is the biggest problem, that the media is not adapting to the digital era. So the young people are more vulnerable at the moment to read and spread the disinformations and the fake news.
Thank you very much for that insight. I will now move to Ms. Andrea Michanovic, because I want to hear from a young person in Montenegro how you see the greatest impact of disinformation in Montenegro on young people specifically. And we heard from Mr. Gerguri that he feels in Kosovo not enough is being done. Do you think that institutions in Montenegro are doing enough in that context? Oh, we don't have the sound.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Good afternoon then, everyone, and greetings from Podgorica. I'm more than pleased to have the opportunity to be part of this important panel that is putting young people in the center of the topic, since I strongly believe that exactly we young people are the most subject to the negative impact of disinformation. In this world of technology, we young people often hear that we are living too fast. And living too fast, of course, has its limited advantages, but also disadvantages. And some of them is the fact that we are on a daily basis overwhelmed with the countless pieces of information. And for someone, and especially for a young person who is still growing up and still maturing in every sense of the word, it is often very hard to maintain information filters at full speed all the time. And therefore, it frequently happens that you cannot firstly use the first filter of separating important from unimportant information, and then they often cannot even use the second filter, which is separating true from fake information. And because of not being able to filter all the information we receive and absorbing this information even unconsciously causes a lot of negative effects, among which I find two of them the biggest ones, especially if we are on the territory of Montenegro, even though I guess that the situation is not very much different in other Western Balkan societies. Firstly, being overwhelmed with disinformation may cause mental health problems. And secondly, disinformation may also lead to the formation of negative attitudes towards someone or something, which gains even greater proportions if taken into account that disinformation is one of the key political weapons in Montenegro. I will start with the mental health, and here, in order to explain what I think when I say that disinformation can lead to mental health issues, let's go back to the beginning of the pandemic, even though I know that we do not prefer remembering that time. But however, if the pandemic has taught us anything, I would say that it is how crucial accurate information can be for our safety and well-being. I remember a student of mine who, back then when the pandemic struck, after failing to pass the exam several times, we had a consultation and I asked, what's the problem? And he said, I really cannot focus on studying. I need answers about coronavirus, and all I encounter when I start researching is disinformation, which makes me feel confused, afraid, and anxious. And this student was the one to make me for the first time think about the correlation between disinformation and mental health on the other side. And it was then when I realized how stressful it is for us young people to not be able to filter the information, as I said before, and to recognize this information and receive the right information. Then the second, I would say, biggest negative impact of disinformation is the political misuse of information, or the intentional spread of disinformation by politicians. Because it seems to me that, guided by the famous divide and conquer, political representatives in Montenegro are very skilled at misusing the information, aiming at artificially creating divisions in the society. And I would say that that's the second most negative influence of this information on young people here in my country. It is a sad but a fact that the degree of ethnic distance among youth in Montenegro is more than worrying, while hate speech and extremism, especially religious extremism, it seems to me, have never been so represented among young people in the country. And this is, I believe, among other factors, caused exactly by countless pieces of disinformation youth are absorbing on a daily basis and not knowing how to handle them. What is there to be done? We mentioned several times media literacy, and that's something that really can contribute to overcoming this challenge. Media literacy is something that so far in Montenegro has been encouraged only through the civil society sector and not through the formal system of education. But the good news is that the authorities in Montenegro recently gave a green light to the initiatives of the civil society sector when it comes to including media literacy in the compulsory school curricula. In elementary schools, with the possibility to also include media literacy as a compulsory subject in secondary school curricula. But that's not the only solution to the problem, I would say. It's an important one, but not the only one. Apart from working on media literacy of young people, it is also important to keep strengthening the media itself. because in Montenegro, but as I said before, I guess the situation is not very much different in other societies of the Western Balkans. But in Montenegro, there is a huge problem of media not being transparent, not being independent, and not being professional. And that's something that also needs to be tackled. And here I urge specifically and mostly the civil society sector to put media strengthening in the focus of their work. Then critical thinking is also something that should be fostered not only through the system of non-formal education and through the civil society, but also through the system of formal education. Because in Montenegro, I would say that the teaching staff is not does not have enough capacity to encourage critical thinking among the students. And that's something that also should be into the focus of decision makers and those who are in charge of improving education system in Montenegro. And last but not the least, when it comes to the mental health, unfortunately, mental health is not in the focus of Montenegrin authorities. It is completely out of the radar, but with the pandemic, it has become an important issue that needs to be tackled, not only because of the disinformation segment. It is also a sad fact that in Montenegro, there are a lot of schools which lack psychologists, which lack pedagogues. So that's a starting point, but it's also necessary to create quality mental health support programs that will also be offered through the formal education system.
Are actually perfect segues to our next two panelists. You talked about the disinformation affecting also the ethnic relations distance between young people, the political misuse, and we have here with us Ms. Irina Filipovic. Irina, we know that, or anyone who follows the work of national youth councils in the Western Balkans knows that COMS had a great campaign tracking the engagement, the role of young people in the recent election process in Serbia. So how do you feel from this experience and other experiences as well? How do you think disinformation are harmful to the democratic process as such?
Well, disinformation is a symptom of political and social disorder, and I think that the young populations in the young population in Serbia is actually very confused when it comes to the election process and the democratic process as well as the decision-making processes, because they don't know who they can trust, because they are more likely to believe everything they see or hear on the internet or through the traditional type of media. And this is why we need verifiable information and some sort of fact checkers on also a larger number of sources, because we don't have enough media who address the young population and address the youth policies that are necessary to be talked about and discussed in Serbia. And in our most recent research and through the monitoring of the election campaign, we noticed that the politicians didn't actually speak to the public in a manner that would address the youth policies. They spoke to the senior generations, but they didn't actually speak to the younger ones. And the young people in Serbia, they don't really have a way to know what the politicians stand for and what they believe in if they don't communicate that through the media, and they didn't. We saw that they only communicated at the election day or a few days before the election day, when they just promised to have more financial support or more educational support, but they never actually talked about the certain measures that they would take, and they never actually explained what their campaign policies were about. So on the brink of that, we had 50 young researchers who monitored the campaign and the politicians as they spoke to us. And we have come to realize that they haven't actually talked about the youth policies as much as we would have liked them to. Not us as the National Youth Council of Serbia, but us as the whole young population in Serbia. And we think that they should not put their because young people get their information through social media and through the internet, we thought that it was the wrong way to communicate to them through traditional media. So we think that they should have spoken more through social media and through Instagram, TikTok, and the applications that the young people actually use, rather than, as we talked about, the TV and the news, like the newspaper, because they don't watch TV and they don't read the newspaper. Everything they get is online. So yes, this affected the democratic process in a way that most of them had no idea who to vote for and had no idea how the elections would go because they had no prior information.
Great. So, well, not great, but a very good insight. And we do see so far a lot of similarities between everything that our speakers have talked about. For example, Mr. Vasilev and Ms. Filipovic talking about young people not watching the TV, not relying so much on the traditional media. But also we can infer from what you were talking about, this high level of distrust between young people and the state, let's say, institutions, might be the reason of the lack of efficient communication also among other things. So this is something that will need to be worked on. So it's not only countering the disinformation, it is also communicating effectively the information that we do have in a way that's understandable and accessible to all population groups. And now we come to Mr. Avdagic, who is working with the Youth Initiative for Human Rights in Bosnia and Herzegovina. You worked on a project linking youth and reconciliation. So I said before that we had a great segue. So what could you tell us about how disinformation are harming the reconciliation process and human rights in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Well, disinformation is often used as a key tool in, let's say, deliberate harming of reconciliation process, but not only that. Disinformation as a tool, as a way of handling and organizing and doing things is used in the stages that are being done before even the actual events. According to Professor Gregory Stanton, there are 10 stages of genocide, for example, if you're talking about just about genocide. The first couple stages, the classification, symbolization, dehumanization, all these stages within themselves have applied a lot of disinformation per se. And the final stage of genocide being genocide denial, one of the key segments of the genocide denial is the disinformation, manipulation of numbers, manipulations of some events, political process standing behind that, and of course outright denial, which can often be used as the disinformation itself. Now, the main issue that we are dealing with when we are talking about reconciliation, when we are working in the reconciliation area, when we are working with young people, as civil society organization is the key and basic one. The reconciliation process, the organization of reconciliation, the studies behind the reconciliation itself are not being done by formal institutions. The reconciliation process is not something, obviously, that ever interested are the decision makers from the war onwards. So the only work being done in reconciliation area throughout the region, not just in Bosnia and Herzegovina, is being done by civil society sector. And as civil society sector, in our work, we are facing numerous obstacles, one among them being the disinformation, but obviously sometimes the deliberate lack of any strategies, and of course something that is not maybe directly linked to the authorities and the official formal decision makers, but to this lack of common strategy in dealing with reconciliation. These are the local narratives, which are often, if not every one of them, is being mutually conflicted with the others. And the narratives themselves, being local, being often one-sided, are often being really full with disinformation. And in our history, I mean, we can often see not just how it's hampering our efforts now, but how can it also be potentially dangerous in the future. Because obviously in these countries such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, where war ended in some sort of status quo, without common strategy for reconciliation, I don't think we can really establish a healthy foundation for our society to move on if we have not dealt with our past. So that presents potential danger for the future. And if we are looking in history, there are numerous examples of disinformation being actually points of starting points of really atrocities. For example, in pogroms against the Jewish population, there's often this story of blood libel. And often this disinformation, which is deliberately spread among some areas, especially in Eastern Europe, led to pogroms being committed against Jewish municipalities and towns in the Pale of Settlement. The various atrocities being committed in this Balkan area, the former Yugoslavia, in Second World War and in these previous wars, have often been, let's say, disinformation sometimes presented this key point to gather and to find really a motive for vendetta or revenge for something that happened 500 years ago, and so on and so on. So disinformation definitely is one of the key obstacles when we are talking about reconciliation, when we are talking about human rights education throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina, because as an organization we are working with youngsters that are not coming just from Sarajevo or major cities where they have more access to the education, to various sources, but also in rural areas where local narrative is predominant and where it's really hard to change that narrative even through direct interaction, often because false information, false historical narratives, even myths that are really which source is actually disinformation. And above all that, the lack of clear and common strategy for reconciliation process in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because at this point, not just at this point, but 30 years already is being led by and financed by international authorities and led by the civil society sector, which I don't think it's enough for our presence and definitely not enough for a healthy future as society.
So what I found most interesting in your intervention now is I was thinking about how disinformation over time turn into myths. And those are the myths that then feed into deterioration of relations between each side, because obviously in every case each side thinks that it is right because it believes this information to be facts. So this will conclude round one. I would like to ask if anyone has any questions or comments at this point to please raise your hand, or we can leave that, unless somebody wants to go now, we can leave that for the end of our debate. Would the panelists like to reflect on anything said so far, or should we continue? Okay, we go on. Good. So we will now go a little bit more. So we were talking now about the impact, about perhaps the sources, and now we will talk a little bit about the potential solutions and at what stage these solutions are across the Western Balkans. So my question at the beginning of this round of questions will be first to Mr. Gerguri. I would invite you to talk to us a little bit about the role of the education and responsible ministry in enhancing the resilience of young people against disinformation and the role of media literacy specifically in this context.
Thank you, Petra. I believe that there are three necessary actions that our Ministry of Education has to make in order to address the issue of media literacy. And in recent years, various initiatives have been undertaken aimed at extending media literacy to different parts of society, especially in pre-university education with teacher training, pupils, high school students training, but they were like social CSO initiatives and not directly from institutions. That's why I believe that it's important that and it's necessary to make an action plan by the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation in Pristina to give the right direction to the inclusion of media literacy in the curriculum as an compulsory subject, because as I mentioned before, we have the current situation is that media literacy is an elective subject in some schools in Kosovo, but the retention of the subject is seriously challenged by three factors: lack of qualification of teachers in the field of media or communication, lack of curriculum at the national level, because teacher curricula are different in the municipalities for the moment, and the status of the elective subject, which I believe it greatly diminished the importance of the subject in the eyes of the high school students who are not even graded in such elective subjects. Therefore, they may also create a wrong perception of the importance of the subject of media literacy. And moreover, students often associate many things with assessment. Therefore, in the current situation, media literacy as a subject does not meet the needs of society and does not fill the gap that in our society is increasing every day due to the lack of critical judgment on media content. Which are the three necessary actions that I believe that Ministry of Education must intervene in three different aspects. It should first be decided that graduates in the field of media, communication, or journalism should be allowed to engage in the position of media literacy teachers. And this decision should be accompanied by the condition that these future teachers undergo a special pedagogical program which would complement their preparation for this task and complement them professionally, because it would combine knowledge in media, communication, and journalism with pedagogical skills, which are essential in education. All this fulfills a necessary condition which would pave the way for the second decision of the ministry that the subject of media literacy be included as a compulsory subject in the curriculum. Then what should be done on the creation of a national curriculum, which would be implemented by teachers specially engaged in this subject. And I believe that, talking for the moment, if these three steps would be taken before the summer holidays, we can create a new space for media literacy in the next school year, which would mark a significant breakthrough for our society. And the inclusion of media literacy as a compulsory subject in our schools enables young people to be trained in the use of the media, access to the media, and critical judgment of the media.
Thank you. So you mentioned some things that are perhaps specific to an extent to Kosovo when it comes to the lack of the national curricula. Maybe some other economies in the Western Balkans are facing a similar dilemma. But one thing that you mentioned, which I think is very important, is that the teachers are largely unqualified at the moment. And I think this is symptomatic across the entire region and something that deserves additional attention in the, well, hopefully months and not years to come. Mr. Vasilev, for you, I have a question about the changing, let's say, media landscape. Civilian journalism is becoming ever more popular now. Everyone who has a phone can become a journalist almost. How do we make sure that the products that are coming up this way, the reporting products that are coming up this way, how do we ensure that they retain professional standards and that they verify the information? What are some of the challenges in that regard?
As everything, the civilian journalism has its upsides and downsides. Very often, the photos and the videos that are spread through social media are becoming viral by the time we verify the information. And this is the biggest problem because people just share it and everyone can see it. But I'm not sure if the young people or the people in general know that there are tools, I'm sorry, there are tools, applications, programs, websites, they can that can unravel the lie in just one click. Just as you said that the disinformation is one click away. We have to work on equipping the people with tools to check the information, to verify the information, and how they can see if someone is lying or is it using disinformation for propaganda issues.
Oh, well, that's really good to know that there are applications and websites that, and this is something that perhaps we need to raise awareness of more than anything, more than just saying, you know, think critically, which of course is necessary, but also use the tools that are at your disposal and that are available. We talked during the last round about how it's not only detecting disinformation, but how it is also effectively communicating the reliable information to the public in a way that, because disinformation often have a narrative and it's easy to follow a story, to make sense of it when it's simplified, when it's neatly wrapped. But how do we effectively communicate the facts, which are oftentimes more nuanced and more comprehensive? So I wanted to ask Mr. Avdagic, how well you think Bosnia and Herzegovina, its institution and its media are performing in this regard?
Well, not well. And when we're talking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, institution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we always have to be aware of our complicated constitutional organization and the different levels of government and their areas in which they are working with. Regarding maybe we can talk about relating to the institutions' response to the and disinformation, maybe during the COVID-19 period. Since we don't have a health ministry on state level, let's say this PR work of health institutions was being done by two ministries, each with their different strategies, different messages, and so on. And what I found interesting is that no matter how much we actually held the old educational system in high regard, I found that really a lot of older generations, the one who went through schools, not just elementary, but also high schools and university in previous regime, were the ones who were actually most likely to be susceptible to the false news relating to the false information relating to the COVID. And our response of our institutions was maybe a formal one, not being done with so much imagination, and maybe if we have seen that we are lacking this common basic knowledge, maybe it was it could be a nice idea even just to explain the basics to the population. If you are talking about dangers of certain virus, maybe in response to some conspiracy theories, maybe you have to really draw people what virus is, how it's spreading, and so on and so on. And institutional response, let's say in other subjects, when we're talking about hate speech, fake news, and disinformation, I mean, we have all sorts of institutions on various levels. We also have self-regulatory bodies relating to media, the regular agency for communications. And like everything else in our country, unfortunately, is despite being certain expert bodies, they are highly politicized, and everything that should be done is first, let's say, analyzed from political perspective, depending on who is director, who is minister, and from which political party or ethnic group even is come before committing to some sort of action. And like pretty much everything else in our country, even this segment of public formal common response is, if not non-existent, then it's really a very few number, because I've heard in previous panel, one of the speakers said that there are certain efforts on the level of Canton of Sarajevo, and there are certain efforts on this local level, but similar to my thesis in previous question, we need to have common strategy, because we are a small country and we are suffering, let's say, in this with our local, of course, specifics, but we are suffering from really pretty much the same issues like youth and general population across the region, if not across the world, especially in this period now of aggression on Ukraine and this misinformation and all the campaign that is being done right now. And our response really needs to be twofolded one. In relation to misinformation, maybe even better say in relation to hate speech and the deliberate spreading of misinformation, we need to have it let's say, legally questioned in terms of sanctioning potential hate speech, but also seeing the clear, keeping that fine line between hate speech, maybe misinformation, and freedom of speech, because first and foremost, we are a democratic society. We need to be putting our efforts also in preserving that democratic values and freedoms. And the second approach, the more important one, the long-term one, would be in the education segment. Of course, with 13 different government bodies regulating education in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it may be a little bit complicated, but I think that's our only approach, really, that could be healthy to empower the younger generation with the knowledge, with the ability to be able to think critically, and of course, at the same time, in this segment, when I'm talking about education, I'm also talking about teachers, professors on various levels that need to have, if they need to have also some sort of educations to be really up to date, because the misinformation, the fake news, it really updates itself. It goes along with the technology in terms of relaying the messages, the style of messages, the interaction of the interactive segment of them. So we really have to be up to date, not let us overcome us and be left without no certain answer to it.
In other ways, in other words, disinformation is more imaginative than our institutions were in communicating about the COVID and the dangers of and the solutions to the COVID pandemic, which is something also Ms. Filipovic talked about. And I want to ask you, as a member and someone who is active in comms, how do you see the role of national youth councils in, on one hand, both countering the negative impact of disinformation, so the consequences of disinformation, but also in countering disinformation as such? What can national youth councils do in that regard?
Well, as an advocacy platform, we have a huge role in this particular area, but we do tend not to meddle into politics. So we try to create a healthy dialogue between the decision makers and the population, the younger population, of course. But we tend not to tell them what to think or how to act, because we can't, because that's not our job. Our job is just to provide a healthy and safe space for them to speak freely, to say what they want, and for politicians also to respond and to speak freely in front of them. So I think that the main role of national youth councils would be to provide a space where everyone can talk among themselves, and not to feel that huge gap between senior and younger population, and to feel the gap between the, let's say, regular people and politicians, because they are not gods, they are just people that are there to work for us. So we are there to say what we need, and they are there to listen. And that's what I think we should all do.
Well, you say that national youth councils should provide space for open conversation, and I think that's exactly what, in a way, countering disinformation is, as we heard from the previous panel, also that expanding this media space and having more voices and having a dialogue on equal footing with each other can contribute greatly to countering disinformation. And finally, Ms. Mečanović is sitting at the governing board of RICO, which is the regional youth cooperation office. I was wondering, since you have this regional perspective, specifically from working with RICO, do you think that there are benefits to a regional approach when it comes to this phenomenon specifically, or is this something that is better dealt with unilaterally?
Thank you very much for the question. Just confirm that you can hear me and that there are no problems like last time.
All good.
Great. Yes, I completely agree that regional cooperation is important even in this sphere of combating disinformation. And we can often hear those who are against regional cooperation that they are saying we should put the focus on unilateral efforts. We should focus on growing nationally. And yes, I agree with that part, but I do not agree with them when they say that regional cooperation as a rule excludes national efforts and does not have a positive impact on working on the progress on the national level. On the contrary, regional cooperation is not only about growing regionally, it's I would say even more about growing nationally. When it comes to this problem specifically, for example, according to the Media Literacy Index, Western Balkan societies are identified as the European countries that are the most subject to disinformation. And as someone representing a regional structure such as Regional Youth Cooperation Office that is committed to cooperation and reconciliation of youth in the Western Balkans, I can really, from my experience, confirm that exactly this information causes the growth of polarization in our societies, and it also stimulates lingering regional tensions, which is why I would say that acting regionally is highly necessary. The regional cooperation makes even more sense when it comes to disinformation if we bear in mind that the tactics and narratives of disinformation are similar and get replicated across the societies in our region. And having that in mind, there is a strong need to share information, to share best practices, know-how across all of our societies, and to connect all relevant stakeholders, be it media outlets or decision makers or civil society representatives, etc. So yes, it is important to focus on this problem unilaterally, but regional cooperation is also important because that's the same like, for example, if you clean up your backyard, you will still be annoyed by the neighbor not cleaning up theirs. So if we combat disinformation within our society, we will still be attacked and stroked by the disinformation coming from other regional societies. So yes, regional approach is something that I'm in favor of.
I am always happy to hear that, not only because I'm working for the Regional Cooperation Council, but because it has proven to bring some absolute gains to all participants involved. I would now like to open the floor for any questions, comments. We heard the voices of young people who are active in the field, who are working with young people, for young people. And I would love to hear from the students who are here with us today. If you have any insights or questions, please go ahead. I see a raised hand over there. If you could just introduce yourself before.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shevket Bujari from Kosovo, a journalism student at the University of Pristina. I think an impression has been created that the youth have risen their globalist approach by using the social media and as a result of digitalization. But as Avgagic mentioned, as a paradox, in the other hand, in the same time, it has been grown the nationalist and tribal element, local element at the youth. And I want to know, why does this happen, this phenomenon, when the social media impact, in fact, is to create a more global society, and in Western Balkans, this is translated even worse because of our past terrible events, and how this affects our European integration path. Thank you.
Well, I mean, social media can be used. Social media can be used for the better or for the worst. Depends on what your intentions are. And now, I don't think that we are worst of the bunch. We are talking about this region. There are numerous examples of good and bad things happening that are stemming from social media across the world. But maybe it's not strictly related to the social media per se, because social media in this case is just used as a tool. Maybe it has more to do with our general state of economy, of society, of everything that has been linked through our dealing with the past, and all stemming from that. Also in society, for example, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, with these mutually conflicting narratives and so on and so on. And going back to the difficult state of economy and system itself, the young people are obviously unhappy, and since we are living in this system of liberal democracy, at least promoting that, and we are promoting the important democratic values, and if young people are not satisfied with that kind of system, if they cannot really survive or achieve what they want in that system, alternative being is something that is maybe anti-democratic or even extreme right-wing. And of course, like every organization, right-wing, extreme right-wing organizations are really good in imagination and using the social media so to organize themselves, to promote their messages and so on. And it's not just in Balkans. There have been several cases of terrorist attacks being streamed live on social media. So yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons. But like I said, we are not worst of the bunch. It's just the way that our societies are, and young people are trying to find some, let's say, sense in their lives. So if alternative is this extreme right wing or just Balkan style right wing, which means you are deeply nationalistic and you are untrustful to other ethnic groups and nationalities, that is something that obviously is a problem for us. And if it's a problem for us, if it's one of the obstacles for building a strong democratic societies, and it's at the same time problem for EU accession process and the other issues. So yeah, it's just one of the realities and results of this societies not being built the way they should.
Are there any other questions? Yes, please go ahead. Hi. You will get a microphone. Your workshop leader. While you're getting the microphone, I just want to say that vulnerability to disinformation also relates a lot to general vulnerability of young people when it comes to employment and education opportunities and so on. So it's a much bigger social issue than just disinformation. Jakub, please.
Hi. So we've heard a lot about the vulnerabilities you are facing in your region, which is obviously very useful. If we want to solve a problem, we have to call it out. But if I would ask you about the positives, do you have any best practices in your countries for countering disinformation? Some initiatives or some actors that could actually serve as an inspiration to your partners, either in other Western Balkan countries or anywhere else? Thank you.
I may go first. Of course, there are always, thank God, positive examples. Otherwise, it would be pointless of doing what we are doing. Positive examples can be either changing the one person's narrative in this area of reconciliation and changing and upholding the narratives that really held all the historical facts. But we have had some success in this education segment. We provided some tools, some toolkit for teaching media literacy directly to the high school, elementary school teachers. There also has been some slight development in area of teaching media literacy, in a sense that in Republika Srpska, the new subject has been introduced to the second grade of elementary school. I forgot the correct name, but it is dealing with critical thinking and media literacy. I think it's called something like digital literacy, something like that. And I know there are some cases of introducing these segments of media literacy into school curricula. So let's say the education system or the members of the education system, the teachers, first and foremost, the interested ones, the motivated ones, are the bright and positive examples in the sense that they are using their position to positively influence their students. Regarding the decision makers, it depends on who they are, what their intention is. Unfortunately, I cannot really have that many positive examples in regards to politics. Because if you're talking about education, media literacy, unfortunately, this is not something that is really high on list of priorities to the decision makers in Bosnia and Herzegovina, due to various reasons. I think we are all here pretty much aware, if anyone is even remotely acquainted with the situation in Bosnia, is pretty much aware what are the important things and what is something that it may not really soon get to the first priority of our politicians. So positive examples, workers in field, negative, mainly the decision makers.
If anyone online would also like to add anything to that, you're more than welcome to do so. I can't really see the raised hands, so excuse me, it's a very small screen down here. No? Okay. We have more questions in the back, and we'll take these two, and then we will go for a lunch break, and we can continue our discussion afterwards as well. Go ahead, please.
I'm Carlo Bilela. I'm a student of Faculty of Political Science, Peace and Security Studies. And although I agree that we young people should be judgmental about everything we read, especially on the social media. I want to address a problem that is not stressed enough, and that is especially symptomatical in the countries of the Western Balkans, that journalists who are sharing disinformations are not punished at all, not enough at all. For example, my professor, who is a expert on terrorism, was on a media press conference, and the journalists asked him, is there going to be a terrorist attack in Bosnia and Herzegovina? And that was after the terrorist attack in France. And he said, well, who can know that? I mean, everything's possible. And half an hour later, he read the headlines that his name, basically, that he said that Bosnia and Herzegovina is next to have a terrorist attack. And I asked him, have you sued them? And he said, well, no, I mean, I can't, have some work to do, and it's going to be forgotten in an hour or so. So what can we civilians do to lobby that journalists who do these things get punished?
It's quite a loaded question. Who would like to take that? Mr. Vasilov, perhaps?
This is actually a national question. It depends on the regulations in the country. For an example, in Macedonia, you can sue the journalist if he published a fake news. You can get a lot of money of it if he said something that you didn't. But I think that the biggest punishment is the losing of credibility. Because if I make mistake one, second time, third time, I will lose the credibility in the public and no one will ever trust me. So basically, this is the biggest punishment if you want to be a serious journalist.
To Bosnia and Herzegovina, the concrete example, we have these two self-regulatory bodies related to journalism and the media. First one is RAC, Regulatory Agency for Communications. They have their also code of conduct, and they are probably the first address for resolving some sort of issues stemming from journalists' work. The other one is Press Council, also self-regulatory body that are combined, that is from journalists, actually. So you have two options. The third one being going to the court and sue for perjury or something like that, which can be a long process. But answer is also the same one here. I mean, journalist can lose his or her credibility, and that could be the biggest loss, because I don't think the fines for perjury here in Bosnia are that too big. But then yet again, we have other issue in sense of these organizations too, such as RAC, they are often politicized, and as a result of that, depending on from which media you are coming from, you will either be punished or not being punished because you are protected by the media that you are coming from, or from someone who is either a chief at RAC or chief at your media that think at politics. But that doesn't mean that you should give up on trying to submit some irregularities, that are happening in our space. There is always option. Legally, we have possibilities. Maybe the most important thing, at least for us in Boston, is really to be stubborn. To be stubborn, and the result can come in that way.
This is the case everywhere.
Yeah, Balkans.
The famous Bosnian inat.
Yes.
So we had one more question there at the back. I know you've introduced yourself already, but perhaps just the name once more.
Oh, my pleasure. So hello again. My name is Arne Selec. I'm a student in Faculty of Political Sciences on the course of International Relations and Diplomacy. I'm from Sarajevo. Before a question, I just need like a background to, and that is that we in Bosnia, but I think in the region have a big problem with this institutionalized disinformation that stems from education. We don't have only disinformation concerning current events, but also historical facts. And I believe that's a really big problem, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because what I study in Sarajevo is not the same what students study in Prijedor or in Banja Luka, or not to mention other countries in the Balkans. And my question to you is, I always wonder, what should my personal approach be to those young people who learn some, fake facts or something that is obviously not true? Like, for example, what should my personal approach be to them? Because on the emotional side, when a young person from some city tells me, for example, that there was no genocide in Srebrenica, I know it's because he learned that from a young age, and I know that it's not his fault, but my emotions would kind of, my emotions would tell me to be harsh on him. But what should my approach be? What should my approach be to people who are just taught fake facts, fake things, and can you reason with them? Can you explain them? That if somebody told you that everything you learned was false, of course you would call somebody crazy. But I don't know what do I do with that. How do you explain to people that what they are learning is false and that what I'm learning is right?
I guess since you're working in reconciliation.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting question, because we are often faced with people who are armed with some knowledge that is not really, let's say, true. But dealing with people who have different narratives in a harsh way won't do any good, either to you or to general reconciliation effort in our country. Of course, patience is probably the key word, and you have to arm yourselves with the patience, but also arm yourselves with information, because at least in this era of reconciliation, the facts are easy to be easy to get facts. You have a great database from the ICTY, a great also database from various organizations that have been dealing in this area, and being armed with information is first point. Sometimes the general conversation, the direct interaction can also do wonders, even if you're not talking about certain events that you want to talk about it. But let's say slowly, after all, I mean, there is always an option. The thing that we have also seen multiple times in this corona-related area, where people who are conspiracy theorists are really refusing the logic. They are refusing to accept the truth. This has something to do with human psychology. But let's say this is one possibility. There are numerous possibilities. So yeah, be patient and really try to talk. I mean, at least here in Bosnia, the thing that we are lack most due to our this apartheidal system of education is this interaction. And of course, you will face persons and your peers who have totally different opinions and who do not have or either have facts that are totally opposed to yours. But interaction, this is the key word, and patience, of course. And maybe you will be disappointed in one person's result, but then be pleasantly surprised in somebody else's.
And the open space of conversation, which we also talked about, should be one of the key things when dealing with different sources of information, opinions, and so on. I see that Ms. Michanovic raised her hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I will be short because I completely agree with what's already been said. I just want to add that yes, of course, patience is the solution number one and the precondition to overcoming the emotional tension that you mentioned. And it's also great that you are aware of the fact that that's not something that person personally believes, but something that he or she has been taught. And that's something that's a good material to start with. I would maybe advise, and that's from my experience, that sometimes a different context or different circumstances in which you are talking to the same person about the same topic can contribute to that person taking what you are saying in a better way. What I mean by that is that, for example, if you are at a conference or in school and trying to debate about the historical facts, maybe the person across you will not take that as a constructive advice or as your constructive intention to jump into conversation, but rather be offended. But if you, for example, are going out with that person, if you give you two the chance to get to know each other better and then start really sensitively talking about those serious topics, then that person, I guess, will take that in a more better way. And what's also important, and that's something that's hard to ask for to us from the Balkans, is that when we know that we are right, we have the urge to explain someone that we are right. And usually we start a conversation by, okay, I will explain you why I'm right. Maybe to escape that formulation and to say, okay, can we just sit down and critically go into the topic, deep into the topic, and then maybe it will be useful that you read the history book that he or she learned from, and all the other sources that provide information about the topic that you are not on the same side about. I don't know if this helps, but that's something from the personal experience.
I like this. We've heard about mansplaining, and now we have Balkansplaining also as a phenomenon. Okay, with that we will conclude our panel. Thank you to our panelists here and online for their invaluable contribution. Thank you all for listening and participating. And if you have any questions, we can of course continue over lunch because it is lunchtime. So we will. You will all join us for lunch, which will last until, since now it's 12:30, let's say 40 past 1. So we gather here at 40 past 1, please. Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch break. I thought you had enough time to rest your brains just a little bit, because now begins the part which is supposed to be the most fun and the most educational and informational for all of you, the interactive part, which will be led by Mr. Jakub Kalensky, who is the senior analyst at the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. He will of course introduce himself. You have all the information on what will be happening on your agendas, but you will find out pretty soon in any case, working on the disinformation in Europe and the 4 lines of defense. Please, be vocal, engage, don't be shy, and I hope you learn a lot through this exercise, as I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So don't get too excited yet about this interactive part. So the way we are going to run it, first I will be talking for like 30 minutes. We want to give you a toolbox of various countermeasures that can be used against disinformation. After we give you the toolbox, we will have a discussion about it. And then in the second hour of the exercise, we will have the workshop. So you will be given a disinformation campaign, and you will be telling us how you would solve it. What would you do against this disinformation campaign? But as mentioned, for starters, I would like to give you a toolbox of countermeasures against disinformation. I divided them into these 4 lines. The first one being documenting of the threat, second being raising awareness about the threat, thirdly, repairing the weaknesses in the information ecosystem, and finally, limiting, punishing, and deterring the information aggressors. And we will be talking about the line one by one. Let me just highlight in the beginning, this 4-line approach, I try to abstract from the institutional or legal environment in any given country, precisely because in some countries we have the government leading these efforts, in some countries we have brilliant institutions working on this, the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, my previous team, EU versus measures. And it is supposed to give you a toolbox, not like to overload you with all the measures that you really have to do. No. If you find just 1 or 2 that you like, it's perfectly fine if you stick to that. We need more actors doing more things. So if you find just one thing that you find that is useful for your work, be it in the government or in the media or in civil society, it's still fine. Yes, I do believe that the more measures you use, the better the chance to actually counter disinformation campaigns. But it doesn't mean that everything has to be done by yourself personally. And just please, when we go through the presentation, if you see that there is anything missing, please let me know. I'm trying to constantly improve this model, and if there's any countermeasure that I don't know about, please let me know. So let's talk about the first line of defense, documenting the threat. It sounds very primitive, and yet it's still not being done properly. So there are many initiatives that are doing something in this regard. My previous team in Brussels, EU versus Disinfo, my previous team in the United States, DFR Lab, they are doing also quite a lot of work in this regard, but there is still a lot of information that we are missing. For example, how many disinformation channels are there? How many channels do the disinformers control? How many messages per day they spread? How much money do they spend on spreading disinformation? 7 years ago, the Deputy Assistant Secretary Benjamin Ziff talked about $1.4 billion per year. I think he was talking only about the official Russian media. That is regardless of the unofficial sources of disinformation, like the government-organized NGOs, like the Troll Factory, like the secret services that are also doing quite a lot in this regard. And the trouble with not having the precise information about how big the threat is means that in many countries you will still see that the threat is underestimated, which is one of the findings of the report that is linked on the right side of this screen. It's a Pentagon study. One of the findings was the US is still underestimating the scope of Russia's information aggression. And Russia is still the best documented information aggressor. Imagine what kind of a problem we have with China or with the non-state actors that are far less documented than Russia. Another thing that we are not measuring enough, and it is a very big problem, how many people get persuaded by disinformation campaigns, how many people are actually victims of the disinformation campaign. So there was this quite interesting opinion poll run in Ukraine 5 years ago. They were asking people if they trust the Russian state media. And that was already a third year of the war. So obviously you would have many Ukrainians, precisely 99%, actual number, I'm not making it up, 99% of Ukrainians said, we do not trust Russian state media. Only 1% said that they do. But when you started measuring whether they trust the messages spread by Russian state media, suddenly you would have numbers like this. 34% of Ukrainians agreed with the statement that the Maidan revolution was an illegal coup d'etat, which is a lie. It is a disinformation spread exclusively by Russian state media and then by Russian state media. And you would find 1/3 of the population believing into this disinformation. And the trouble is that we are not documenting this in our countries. We do not measure how many people buy into various disinformation messages, whether the number increases or decreases. So imagine we would be fighting the COVID pandemic without actually measuring how many people get infected and how many people die. This is precisely the situation we are in with countering disinformation. Just for you not to think that this is a problem limited to Ukraine, a recent opinion poll in Slovakia, 1/3 of Slovaks believe that it is the West that's responsible for the war in Ukraine. Again, the facts are pretty clear. Which country sent dozens of thousands of soldiers to encircle someone, and which country started the war? You would find 1/3 of Slovaks believing the counterfactual version of the story. The other opinion poll is actually showing that how the UK government measured how many people believed that it was Russia responsible for the poisoning of the Skripals. One of the best documented activities of the GRU, of the military intelligence of Russia. You do not see it very often that they are caught on camera doing what they are doing, and yet you would find that only 55% of Brits believed that it's actually the Russians to blame. These are all anecdotic opinion polls. We do not have many systematic opinion polls that will be showing us this problem on a bigger European scale and on a more regular basis. Second line, raising awareness. Many of the teams, well, maybe let me just highlight. Whereas in the first line, we are trying to gather more information about the problem. In the second line, we are trying to spread the information about the problem among more people. So it's a bit different approach, but still many of the teams that are doing this first line of defense are involved in the raising awareness as well. E versus Disinfo is doing a lot of raising awareness. DFLab is doing a lot of raising awareness. The various government teams that are involved in documenting disinformation will be raising awareness about disinformation as well. The Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, they do trainings and exercises for various government offices, political parties, journalists. One principle that is very, very useful to keep in mind, we need many actors for this, because this is something that the Russians, for example, understand much better than we understand it. The audiences are extremely fragmented. You will not find one actor who will manage to persuade 90% of the audience. Those days are gone. They don't exist anymore. each of the actors will persuade a limited amount of people, maybe sometimes just 5% of people or 10% of people. That's the reason why in my country, in Czech Republic, we don't have just 2 or 3 disinformation spreading websites. We have 40 of them for a country of 10 million people. Every 250,000 people have their own disinformation website. Some of them attract the audience more on, sports cars and sports results. Some of them attract them more on girls in bikini, but they still spread the same strategic disinformation narrative. So we need multiple actors being involved. We need governments being involved. They will be doing a great job when it comes to educating the civil service, and that needs to be educated. But we also need civil society involved in these efforts, because civil society will often reach the audiences that the government will not reach. Private business, another segment, and local celebrities. I actually talked about Andrius Tapinas. He's the journalist on the bottom of the screen from Lithuania. He has this weekly show called Jeržitės tam, in there, called after this Medvedev's brilliant answer to this Crimean pensioner, where are our pensions? And he told her, we don't have the money, but you hang in there. So he called the show Hang in There, and every week he's mocking Russian propaganda. His show is really very similar to John Oliver, which I'm sure you all know. He's reaching completely different audiences that I will ever reach than most of the people in this room will actually reach. It is crucial that we help these actors in addressing this problem, giving them the proper data that we, for example, acquire via doing the first line properly, via documenting the problem, because this is not what they will be doing. They will be the ones who will be selling the product to the audience. So, but this will help you to overcome some of the troubles, like how do we reach the pensioners on Czech countryside who do not trust the government, do not trust mainstream media, and they do not want to become educated about media literacy? And there are these audiences. Well, this is precisely the only way how to get them. Find the celebrities they will be listening to, be it actors, be it sportsmen, be it local important people, firemen, I don't know. But we need to find specific actors, specific speakers for these particular audiences, otherwise we will never reach them. One example of how a high level of awareness can help you to kill a disinformation story before it even has time to spread. Apologies that the story is not exactly attractive, but it wasn't picked by me, it was picked by Russian disinformers. Maybe you remember the story about this little girl allegedly raped by migrants in Germany, this so-called Lisa case. So that was a story that a 13-year-old girl from a Russian-speaking family, Lisa, she didn't come back home for her curfew, but she made up a story that she was raped by migrants. Later, when the police was asking her about it, she admitted that she made the story up, that it's not true. But the Russian media kept spreading the story that she was raped by migrants because it helps them to incite hatred against migrants in the EU, which is one of their objectives. So no matter how many times the German authorities denied it, the Russian media kept spreading it. And it resulted in thousands of people in German streets demonstrating against Angela Merkel's refugee policy. From the point of view of the disinformer, this is your success. If you have thousands of people demonstrating in the streets because of a lie, that's a success. Completely different story, actually completely same story with completely different effect in Lithuania. So there it was also an underage girl from a local orphanage, which was allegedly abused by men in uniform speaking a foreign language. This disinformation was targeted at the German battalion, which was the leading battalion in the NATO Enhanced Forward Presence exercise in Lithuania. There, the mayor of the small city where they registered this disinformation story the first, he immediately smelled that there is something fishy about this. He alerted the Lithuanian Armed Forces Stratcom. They verified the story within a couple of hours. They found out it's not true. And they alerted all the newsrooms in the country, all the ministries in the country, all the local mayors in the country, every single critical information point they could find. So the first story in the media was not a little girl allegedly raped by migrants. The first story in the media was another information attack from Russia. You do not face the situation that you have thousands of people believing a lie and you have to persuade them that they believe a lie, which is the hardest job you will ever have. But you will not get to this situation unless you have a really high level of awareness of what the problem looks like in your country. And unfortunately, we do not have such a high level of awareness as Lithuanians have in many European countries, I'm afraid. The third level, repairing the weaknesses in the information ecosystem. There's this brilliant metaphor of how disinformers work. It's from a book by Ladislav Bittman. He was a Czechoslovak agent of the communist police. He emigrated to the West in 1968, and he was debriefing the Americans about how the Soviet bloc is running their disinformation operations. And he likened the work of a disinformer to an evil doctor. The doctor is trying to make the most precise diagnosis of his patient, find his biggest weakness, find his worst illness, and then try to make it worse. Not cure him, but speed him to an early grave. Every audience will have some weaknesses. Everyone. We will not create, especially not in a democratic society, we will not create an audience that doesn't have any informational weaknesses. These people are looking for them, these people are trying to make them worse. So that's why we have to be trying to make this job harder for them, to kind of decrease the target they can be aiming for. And there are several mechanisms how we can get there. Yeah. So media literacy, a tool that's been talked about a lot during the morning sessions, is definitely one of the tools that can help you a lot. A very nice example is from the Nordic countries, where we probably have the highest media literacy in Europe. Sputnik tried to open their offices there as well, as they tried in many countries, and they had to shut down after a few months. Nobody was reading it. The Finns apparently do not need to read news about Ukraine in bad Finnish, because obviously they weren't capable of hiring people who speak Finnish well. If they can open BBC or CNN, or if their own national broadcaster gives them much higher quality news. So high media literacy is definitely one of the tools that will help you decrease the target. However, that doesn't mean that if you have media literacy, you solve the whole problem. You know, it doesn't mean that Finland, which is probably the country with the highest media literacy in the world, doesn't have any people who would believe Russian disinformation campaigns. They are still there. Yes, you decrease the target, but you don't solve the whole problem. Another information weakness that we have to be focusing on, and again, it is something that we talked a lot about during the morning panels, is the social media environment. I would actually even say that in this regard, the EU is maybe doing the most with the Digital Services Act and the pressure on social media. But it is probably obvious that companies like Facebook or Twitter are doing a much better job in languages like English, and a less spectacular job in smaller languages. That's probably undeniable. So that's another of the weaknesses we have to be focusing on. But the traditional media are still getting abused for spreading disinformation as well. In 2016, after the US presidential elections, the New York Times admitted that they inadvertently became a tool of Russian influence operation, because they were publishing materials from the DNC leaks via WikiLeaks, and only later they learned that this was actually a Russian intelligence operation. I haven't seen such self-criticism from many other media, and that's a bit of a trouble. Because very often traditional media still get abused for disinformation operations. We saw it during COVID. For dragging COVID into China, Western vaccines being inefficient. We see it even now during the war, that Russian denials about Bucha, for example, are put on the same level as what Ukrainians and the West and the journalists who are on the ground say. You can't quote Russian sources of information without saying that these are the same people who have been lying for the past 8 years about the annexation of Crimea, about shooting down of the flight MH17, about the war crimes in Syria, about poisoning of Skripal and Navalny and Litvinenko. If you quote a notorious liar without making it clear to the reader that this is a notorious liar, you are misleading the reader. You are not doing a good job as a journalist. The so-called positive narratives are another tool that might help us to prevent some of the weaknesses in the information systems. The EU versus Disinfo unit where I used to work, they have three main objectives. And the first one is actually spreading positive message about the EU in the Eastern Partnership countries. The thinking here is, if we manage to explain what the EU is about, what the EU truly does, like building roads and building schools, the local audience will not buy into the disinformation stories that EU is turning you all into gays, which is something they are spreading, for example, in Belarus. I have to admit, although I always mention this measure, I'm still not 100% sure that it's one of the most effective ones. And it is actually, again, my experience as someone who's focusing on Russian disinformation. Margarita Simonian, the head of Russia Today, when she was describing how Russia Today operated throughout the last years, she said, well, in the beginning, we were actually trying to spread these messages about Russia, about the Russian nature, about the great Russian culture, and we saw it doesn't work. Attacking the West works much better than actually spreading positive messages about us. And being a journalist myself, although it's been quite a few years, I remember that you will not make a headline out of the EU has done something right. You will make a headline out of the minister has stolen €1 million and fled with his mistress to another country. But positive messages do not make as many headlines, as many clicks, as many shares as negative stories. It's unfortunate, but it is a fact. Still, it's useful to mention that because it might help at least in the long term, if not immediately in the short term. Focusing on the vulnerable groups, if we manage to identify them in that first line of defense, who are the people who are most vulnerable to disinformation? Why are they vulnerable to disinformation? We can be trying to address the social problems that are underlying under consumption of disinformation. If we know that the pensioners share disinformation more often because they feel more lonely, and thanks to this activity, they become a member of a community, we can try and address this problem. Many of the weaknesses that get targeted by the disinformers are the differences between the younger and the older generation, between the people from the capital and in the countryside, between the people with a lower income and a higher income. If we address these divisions, it is already a hard policy work, and it is probably not that much for journalists as for policymakers. But still, it's useful to keep in mind that if we manage to address these social tensions, we will be decreasing the target that the disinformers can hit. And finally, fourth line, punishing of the aggressors. So whereas the first three lines are all focused kind of inwards on the victims of the information aggression, how we can boost our own resilience. This fourth line is actually trying to decrease the number of attacks we have to face. Just like we do not fight the problem with drug consumption only via campaigns, don't do drugs, but we also catch the dealers and we also punish the organized crime that is spreading drugs among the population. So similarly, we have to be punishing the aggressors, because if we don't do that, they will merrily keep adapting to our defensive measures. We saw it already happening when the social media introduced this countering of coordinated inauthentic behavior activities. Russians simply started reaching out to real media users. Would you sell us your website or your Facebook page where we could spread disinformation? They are adapting to our defensive measures constantly. And if we do not stop them, they will continue doing that. So we need to be thinking about how to stop them. Probably the easiest tool, the first of this imposing costs measure, would be naming and shaming. I used to work on this topic since 2015, and I remember back then in Brussels it was still quite controversial to call out Russia as the source of disinformation. It wasn't like generally accepted. Especially the Western European countries were kind of reluctant, do we really have to call them out? Yes, you do. If you don't do even that, then there are really zero costs for them. So naming and shaming, it sounds very primitive, but it has to be done. In the Czech Republic, you might have noticed we have a president who's very eager to, or at least used to be very eager to spread Russian disinformation narratives, Miloš Zeman. There had to be one first actor who called them out as an agent of Russian disinformation campaigns. It was think tank European Values. And it wasn't really perceived unanimously, not at all. But someone had to be the first one to do that. And this time it came from the civil society. Labeling disinformation, it is a tool that unfortunately isn't really used enough, but it is an approach that we are actually already using for substances that we do not want to ban, but we want to make clear they are not exactly healthy for you. Tobacco, we do not ban tobacco, we just write on every box, this can kill you. Fun fact, cigarette boxes used to have advertisements on them. Logically, it's an attractive space. The smoker sees it 20 times a day. So it's a good spot for advertisement. Once you had these signs there, smoking kills you, there are no advertisements anymore. Nobody wants to advertise on a product that is killing people. We would have the same with these disinformation-oriented outlets. Another way how to cut them would be sanctions against the disinformation-oriented organizations. The list on the right of the screen is the list of the biggest advertisers on Russian state TV in 2021, so just last year. And you will see there are many Western companies. These Western companies were financing Russian state propaganda. So it's like in that old quote by Vladimir Lenin, the capitalists will be selling us the rope with which we will hang them. Yes, we have been doing that for quite a few years. This started changing, unfortunately, only since February, and I still can't believe that it took us so long. Apart from sanctioning the organizations, it should also be sanctions against individuals. My Italian friends will forgive me this example, but Vladimir Solovyov, a person who was spreading the same hatred against Ukrainians, against the West, as Dmitry Kisilov being the only Russian pseudo-journalist on the sanctions list before February. So Solovyov would do his hate show, and then he would sit on the plane, fly to Italy, to Lago di Como, where he had 2 villas, recently confiscated, if I'm not mistaken. But we allowed this to happen for 8 years. People who were making money on spreading hatred against the West were allowed to enjoy all the perks of the West. It's not reasonable. We have the mechanism to actually punish these people, and it's called sanctions. Using the already existing laws. Yes, freedom of speech is sacrosanct, but in any democratic country, we do have laws that are limiting this freedom of speech, and we do not consider them to be a bad thing. A company cannot deceive its customers and claim it was my freedom of speech to lie to them. A doctor can't tell his patients, you have cancer, and then come back a week later, hey, I was just making fun of you, you don't have cancer, but it was my freedom of speech to tell you that. We have laws against this behavior. We have laws against spreading libel, spreading defamation. Microchips with the COVID vaccines. If this is not spreading false alarm, I'm not really sure what else is. They are trying to persuade you that the EU is trying to substitute the white population in Europe with migrants from Africa or from Middle East. It is a lie, and they are causing panic, and we have laws for that. And then there are asymmetric measures. A few examples, both of them actually from the United States, both of them concerning the 2018 midterms. In one of them, Cyber Command simply took down the Russian troll factory for the period of the midterm elections, which is obviously effective. The first example was actually even funnier. So imagine you're the Russian troll in St. Petersburg, and suddenly a pop-up window appears on your screen saying, this is US Cyber Command, we know who you are, we know what you're doing. The people obviously became quite nervous. Many of them stopped what they were doing. So there are some asymmetric measures we can be applying, and for this we really do not need any special laws. We just need the idea or the determination to do something like that. In order to be able to identify who deserves to be punished, we really need to be investigating these disinformation campaigns. This is probably the biggest difference between Europe and the United States. In the US, we have the Mueller investigations with these impressive numbers, but there are also other investigations into the Russian meddling into the elections, some of them in the House of Congress committees, some of them in the Senate committees, some of them by local authorities. I believe the state of New York was investigating some elements of the collusion. In Europe, we had at least 20 various elections and referenda targeted by Russian disinformation campaign, and I am not aware of a single investigation similar to the Mueller's investigation in Europe. So whereas the Americans send a message, if you do this, there will be consequences, we are sending the message, we don't care that you do it, you can do it for free. And this is precisely what they're doing. So I believe that would be slowly it. Yes. So this will be the part for the Q&A. Once again, let me highlight, if you know about any measures that should be in this presentation and aren't there, I will be more than happy if you let me know. Some people are collecting beer mugs and some people are collecting stuffed animals, and I'm trying to collect countermeasures against disinformation. So if you know about something, please let me know. Here, let me stop and we will have a Q&A session about this presentation. And after the coffee break, you will be applying this toolbox on a disinformation campaign.
You were talking about using existing regulations to punish these aggressors and whatever is it. We also in Italy, we do have these kind of provisions in the criminal code, in the civil code and whatever, in all the regulations. But the problem that we were dealing with in Italy, for example, is the fact that most of these aggressors on the social media and the information environment are anonymous. Mm-hmm. So we cannot punish them with the Italian law. We could sanction the organization, but the individual is not punishable. So at national, international level, how do you suggest to solve the problem of this anonymity?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's like a toolbox, and it doesn't mean that every tool will be applicable to every situation. And certainly the situation you describe is not exactly helpful. I mean, the most intuitive solution that would seem to me, labeling would help in these cases. So if we know that these actors are spreading an already identified disinformation, identified, for example, by the teams like EU versus Disinfo or by EDMO, which is already becoming quite a player in this regard, these should be probably the actors who will be alerting the social media about, this piece is a disinformation, and regardless of the actor spreading it, be it, Donald Trump or an anonymous troll, this piece of information should be labeled as a disinformation. So there, yeah, you can't really punish an anonymous person. You would find people who say that we should get rid of this anonymity on social media. I'm not really sure whether I'm a fan of that because of precisely countries like Russia, where you can be actually working for the good side of the force only if you're anonymous, or if you're incredibly brave like Navalny or Kara-Murza, and then you will get poisoned or in jail. So for these countries, I'm not really sure I would be a fan of getting rid of all the anonymous accounts. On Twitter, I'm also a big fan of the account Darth Putin KGB, which is making a lot of fun of Russian propaganda. And I actually forgot to mention that humor, like Andrius Tapinas uses it, humor is an incredible tool which will help you to raise the awareness among certain audiences. With the EU versus Disinfo products, we were deliberately trying to be ironic, sarcastic, because we saw that this works better on social media, gets more engagement, and it's not typical government communication. So Darth Putin, who's also an anonymous account, I would really hate to see him go. So I wouldn't fight anonymous accounts as such. And in this case, I would probably go after the message, not after the messenger. On the other hand, if it would be like a message, say about MH17 or about Nazis in Ukraine or similar disinformation narratives, it's also possible to tackle it as information coming from the toxic sources like Russian state TV And this is just another source of Russian state TV. So I think there are some ways how to do that, but you can't really punish the anonymous account holder, probably, no.
Hello again. I don't know if I should stand up or, but I'm staying still. Okay. So when you mentioned how government can play a big role when it comes to countering this disinformation, and every time it's still unclear to me, and I would like you to explain to me, because every time someone mentioned how the government can help in this matter, I always remember a book that comes in my mind is The Animal Farm by George Orwell, for those who have read. And I love this book because it's very simple, and it symbolizes the Russian revolution of the 1970s. And basically, one of the main themes of this book is how the capacity of ordinary people to believe everything that the government or people in leadership say without even questioning it. So where is the line, that fine line between how can a government help to counter disinformation? Because if a government comes up and say, well, this media is not very trustful, how can we point that out? I think it can, the results can be very dangerous in the end. So
I think we're getting to the difference between autocratic states and democratic states. In democratic states, we have checks and balances. So in case in a democratic state, the government would falsely label a source of information as being a source of disinformation, we would have the civil society, we would have the media stepping up. We would probably also have the opposition to the current political representation yelling. So I think that in a healthy society, we do have these checks and balances. As I said already earlier, I don't think you can put all the eggs in one basket. I wouldn't rely only on the government, precisely because government will not reach 100% of the audience. They will reach some important audiences, but not all of them. So I think the answer really is having a democratic society where you have checks and balances, where the current political representation gets checked by the current political opposition, by the civil society, by the media, and then I don't think they would be able to lie for too long, or at least they wouldn't gain so much trust as in the authoritarian state, where obviously what the government says, then the media, we shouldn't be even calling them media, but these people repeat and the civil society repeats. So it's about protecting a democratic state and not letting it to become authoritarian, which is already probably a problem that goes beyond the scope of this particular workshop. Okay.
May I have a microphone? No, I think you want to speak. Am I taking the floor? Yeah. No, I disagree with that, because I think most European societies, but also the US, that we consider democracies might be threatened by some of the measures you've mentioned. They are not so clear-cut. First of all, I have a number of elements to bring in. I mean, the first is in the positive way, when you mention 1.4 billion US per year as a number that we can highlight in terms of spending for disinformation, I wonder whether you've tried to compare it to money spent for advocacy on democracy and human rights protection in our countries, in order to make a balance. Because of course it's not a major deal. I mean, spending 1.4 billion US dollars per year is nothing as compared to what it costs to wage a war. I mean, Russia is spending huge amount of money now for the war, the real war, I mean, not the disinformation war. So I think we should take this number and compare it to what extent we spend to protect democracy in our countries. And I think that would help us rebalance some of your issues, because it would give more relevance to actors that are sustaining democracy rather than using negative measures. One of them you mentioned is this punishing with defamation laws. You know clearly that defamation laws have been and are regularly used to silence freedom of speech. You know, this is one of the most dangerous tools to be used in a democracy. And normally we try to depenalize defamation because of the risk to use it against alternative voices. The same goes for, you took very quickly, you mentioned, I understand you had to go very quickly, but you mentioned the fact that in order to fight against drug use, you punish. I mean, there are many people that suggest that punishing drug distribution or the only solution to limitation of drug use is not punishing, but rather liberalizing. So very often coercion creates backlash rather than positive results. One typical example in the case of drug is the creation of illegal networks that are very powerful, and this has been the case of most of negative. So my question is, why don't we make sure that we are very careful in considering all the negative tools we use? I mean, the punishing, the sanctioning, and the risk this have in most societies, including those that we consider democratic, which they are certainly particularly difficult in societies like the one we're in now, I mean, in the Western Balkans, where democracies are weak. They can very often, the actors that spread disinformation are government themselves. And this is not only the case for the Balkans. And the last, very last point, I would, when you consider the case of Finland, and you say they are the country with the biggest media literacy, yourself recognize that nonetheless there are issues on which people can be manipulated. Certainly not Russian disinfo, but maybe migration can still become an issue of political manipulation that can create extreme right wing organization, which might be problematic for long-term democratic development in the country. So I think once again, even the positive one, including media literacy, have limits in their tools. So I fully agree with you that we have to include as many tools as possible, as many strategies as possible, but I would be very concerned about the negative tools. I mean, the punishing tools that you've listed, or at least I would consider them carefully for the possibility of them being misused by any kind of government, including those that consider themselves democratic. I took it.
I think both of the first points about the West spending money for spreading democracy and Russia spending money for spreading lies and hatred, and also the objection with using the laws. I think they will be best addressed by a metaphor by Garry Kasparov. He said, sometimes it's like comparing Jack the Ripper and a brain surgeon just because they are using the same tool. They are both using knife, they stick them to people and you see blood. But they are actually going after a different result. One of them is killing people, one of them is trying to cure them. So it's not just about the tool, it's not just about using a law, it's also about what result are you trying to achieve. If you are trying to achieve a healthier society free of disinformation, it's not the same as if you are trying to achieve a society that is vulnerable to disinformation, that is consuming disinformation. These are two different objectives. So I don't think you can compare the outcome, these two situations just based on the tool that is being used. The objective for which tool that actually matters a bit, but it's Yeah, great. I'm just trying to say, I do not really see a problem in using the laws for trying to reach a positive objective. I just do not see a problem in that. Great. Perfect. No. Okay, there's one more.
We talk about punishing, but why don't we, if we could like establish a system where citizens that, because the first template, if I'm correct, is detecting a disinformation. And we could argue that this is maybe the most important, because the time that we detected it, it reached thousands, maybe millions of people. And if we raise awareness about it, a lot of people who read it first as a disinformation will probably not get the news that it was in fact a disinformation. So maybe establish a system that the first, let's say, 1 or maybe 5 citizens that report a disinformation or a fake news to some authorities or police, they get awarded. Maybe publicly, maybe if they want to stay anonymous, anonymously, maybe get some some amount of cash, and that would also probably make people more like judgmental about news that seem maybe fishy at first.
I think it's worth a try. As actually mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, I do believe that we need to be trying as many measures as possible. So if any society is going to give this a try, please go ahead. Obviously, there are some mines that you will want to avoid. Just recently, the Czech government actually launched an initiative that if you see a disinformation, you should report it, and it was immediately denigrated as now we are getting back to communism, where kids were telling at their teachers in school if they had like anti-communist views. So you obviously need to be a bit sensitive about how you frame it, but I think with a good communication campaign, it is possible to at least give it a try. I probably wouldn't ask the state to be the one rewarding there. Maybe a civil society actor would be a more appropriate one for this idea.
Well, in first hand, this method may be, it looks maybe beneficial, but after some time, the main goal people would do this is about the money, not actually countering disinformation. Their main goal would be just to win the money and not to actually have a better media outlets out there in their country. So then a chaos can be created by this method. So I personally don't think this would be the right approach for a country, especially when we're talking in Western Balkans, when the economy is very low compared to Western countries. So this method to reward people, if you find a fake news, which in my opinion, fake news don't exist, because the moment it's fake, it's not a news. And when they found a news, when they read something that is not accurate, they probably will read something that is true, but they're eager to win those money. They will just say, oh, maybe you can check this news if it's fake or anything, even though the right thing to do is just to educate people how to find reliable sources. I think this is what the method that I always think is going to be right, just to educate people how to know if this source that they're reading is reliable or not, or is it something that can be trusted or not, and not actually just to teach people that if you do something good, if you find something good, that you're going to be rewarded with money. I personally think it's not a good method.
I really, without actually seeing this method working somewhere, I can't really say whether it will work or not. I think many times in the information space, it's about trial and error, trying some approach, seeing if it works or not. And I'm not really sure that answering these questions abstractly will get us very far. I'm being told we are already running out of time. So 5 minutes break. Okay, 5-minute break, and then we start the second part.
Forcing
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back from the break. So thank you for your attention for the first part of the training and also all of your insightful questions and comments. So now we will get to the fun part that was advertised so much a moment ago, the more interactive discussion. So everyone in the room, you should find a piece of paper with an exercise scenario on your seat, or at least next to you. And for the benefit of our remote partners, I would ask to put our slides up so you can also see the baseline scenario that we're going to discuss today. And let me just, all right, oops. Okay, so there we go. It's not very long. And I might also say that it's perhaps not correct to call it a scenario. So this is real life. This is real events happening right now. Please, the ones in the room, go ahead and read this. And just for the benefit of our remote participants, I'll just go through quickly what's going on in here. So basically, since February 24th, after Russia invaded Ukraine, Russia has been spreading disinformation through multitude of sources and channels. And this is in this exercise, what we're going to do, we will examine this disinformation around Ukraine and the war. And what we will do in specific, we will focus on the implications to the Western Balkans region. We will go through first a couple of key messages that Russia is trying to implement. And after that, we will look into some key channels that Russia is using for the disinformation. And finally, we will look into the key questions that we're trying to answer during this session, as well as a matrix that we're going to fill in and try to think in a very constructive manner solutions to this situation. So I'll just shut up for 1 minute so everyone has a moment to read. And now I'll just jump through to a couple of the key messages that we're seeing in the Russian disinformation around the war in Ukraine right now. What Russia is trying to tell us is that, in fact, Russia is not the aggressor, it is Ukraine. Ukraine brought this to themselves. So the victim is the aggressor is the victim. There are several narratives around that, saying Ukrainians are dangerous, they're Nazis. Ukrainians committed the atrocities, and Ukraine is simply a threat to Russia, and Russia needs to protect the Russian speakers within Ukraine. The second message is that the enemy is worthless. What Russia is trying to say is that Ukraine is not actually a real country, it's not a real nation, it's not a real language, it's a dialect of Russian language. And that Ukraine has been an integral part of Russia, so it is only natural that Russia would take this part back. Furthermore, it's just a failed state, why would you help them? And furthermore, the refugees, they're a threat to Europe, playing again on the migration disinformation. And another story, Ukraine is just a tool, it's just a stage. The Ukraine is something that is governed by the global West, and what the West plans to do is just to attack Russia through Ukraine. In addition, Russia has used the narratives of and the threat of using nuclear weapons. And lastly, we were just going to look through some of the key channels that Russia is using for this messaging. Of course, we have Kremlin at the heart of it all, plus Russian government, plus the Russian regime representatives. We have the Russian state media. Already we have discussed a few of those channels. We have Russia Today, we have Sputnik, we have TASS, we have plenty of media options that Russia is using. We also have Russian non-governmental organizations and Gongos, which is non-governmental organization, but it's basically run by the government. So a little bit of a pickle there. Of course, we all know about the Russian troll factory. Again, a major factor in Russian disinformation channels. And in addition to that, Russia has plenty of international helpers within the disinformation ecosystem. You have ideologically aligned actors, you have your cynical actors who are using this disinformation just for their private purposes. You have your witting agents, you have your fellow travelers, and then you have your unwitting agents. You probably have heard the term useful idiots quite a few times. So, based on what you have just read, now we're going to ask you, what does this disinformation campaign that Russia is now running mean for your region and your country? I understand that we have representatives here all over the Western Balkans, so I would be very excited to hear different views, different opinions, different ways to see the situation from all of our representatives, but also feel free to take the regional aspect into discussion as well. That's more than welcome. The second question that we're going to look at, so how do we counter this? I'll also ask you to be as specific as you can. Try and think about where you come from. What is the society you come from? How do you work with that society? You could suggest something concrete. You have examples there, such as campaigns and so on, policy measures. Try and be as concrete as you can. And lastly, we're going to go through these questions based on the 4 lines of defense we have just learned with Jakub. And basically what we're going to look into, we're going to line by line see what can each of these different segments within your society do in order to counter the Russian disinformation campaign. And with these words, I'm just going to give the microphone back to Jakub and jump in to take some notes so you will see real time what you're discussing here. And please go ahead.
Okay. So now is the part where you talk and we listen. So there at the back.
So to answer these key questions, first off, what does this campaign mean for our region and my country? Well, my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, is we all know that it's a difficult political situation since 1995, and that we have the Republic of Srpska and the president of the Serb population, who's as he likes to say, a big friend of Vladimir Putin. And this Russian campaign is definitely not good for our country, because we would like to get accepted or integrated into NATO. So that campaign is not doing us any good. And how should we counter this? For now, I would like to stand by my what I previously said about the detecting those individuals, but our government cannot do this alone because, for example, there are multiple Facebook groups. Like, for example, one of them is called. I will try to translate. I was being sent from the headquarters. And this Facebook group basically is a pro-Serb Facebook group. I mean, the admins are Serbs, and they are basically doing Putin's work amongst the Serb nations in Serbia and in as well as Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the Republic of Srpska, and someone has to report these kind of groups. I mean, the authorities cannot know that because these groups are not big. They have like maybe 5 to, I don't know, maybe 5 to 20,000 members, but someone has to report these kind of groups, and in my opinion, that someone should be rewarded for this. And then the second thing is raising awareness to all those people who are pro-Russian oriented and who believe in all of the Russians' propaganda, which is all mentioned in this paper we have here. That it's Russia is not our friend. It's none of our friend. No country in history was ever in a good position when they were in any sort of alliance with Russia, and yeah, basically no one's being in an alliance with Russia is not going to do any good with anyone.
So thank you, Vera, for taking the notes. Has Vera captured everything you were talking about? Would it be in the detecting part, apart from the government and the private tech, do you see any role for the other actors that you see on the screen?
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Okay, so what does this campaign mean for our region and for my country? Well, I'm from Kosovo, and I'm sure that all of you know that the last war that happened between Serbia and Kosovo, and what place Kosovo stands in for this war between Russia and Ukraine is very important to us. And I think first it would be Kosovo stating and has already stated that takes sides of Ukraine because we kind of had a similar situation. So what I would do I would practice the Laswell model when it comes to the second line, raising awareness. And for those who don't know, the Laswell model has 5 stages or pillars. First is who says what, in which channel, to whom, and with what effect. So for who would try to raise awareness, first of all, I would for example, to point out the first keyword that Russia's propaganda is trying to say, that Ukrainians are Nazis, and to explain the history that is completely false, and that the president himself is a Jewish person. And also I would like experts in this field, in politics, in history, and economy, because it did affect the economy of Kosovo as well, this war that is currently happening. And also actors that you mentioned as people who have large platforms, and a lot of people, especially young people, follow them. And about the channels, the media, mainly beside the traditional media, TV, radio as well, in order to target all ages, group ages. I would say also social media as well, especially Twitter and TikTok, because especially in Kosovo, I know that Facebook is mainly used by older generation. When I say older generation, I don't mean like only 60, 50, but for example, from 25 and above. And yeah, for the media, I would try basically all the media outlet that, or any type of media that exists in Kosovo, in order just to raise awareness about this issue with the Laswell model.
Thank you. Shirt.
Media outlets, basically social media and traditional media as well, by using Laswell model.
Okay, do we have any other ideas what could be done? Yeah.
Hello, I'm from Kosovo too. So, what does this campaign mean for our region and my country? My country, in fact, it's a part of this campaign because Kremlin is using Kosovo to justify some of its propaganda because they use Kosovo as a they say for the Republic of Donetsk and Luhansk, they say it's the same situation when NATO intervened in Kosovo in 1999, and they use this as to justify for the separation of those two republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. So this is very dangerous for my country because as a multi-ethnic republic. This creates more Albanian and Serbian ethnicities in my country because Kosovo government, in fact, during these years failed to integrate the Serbian community in our country, and the Serbian community in our country are using more information from these Russian channels that support these ideas of north of Mitrovica that is a very how to say a space that is not controlled by our government in total, and there are a lot of disinformation, Russian disinformation go through, and this can raise tensions in our country. Also, our independent media commissioner did a great job by banning some Russian TV channels from our traditional media in television, and banning some even some radios frequencies. Allow, because it's sensitive to ban some of the Serbian pro-Russian media and radio, because it will seem as an anti-minority right movement. So maybe this is dangerous to do, and see that represents Serbians in the parliament of Kosovo. Lista Srpska is known that with its links with Vučić and more with the Putin regime, and they constantly with their media in the north of Kosovo share disinformation in Facebook and in other other platforms, social platforms, other disinformation Russian disinformation, and it's not a lot to do because that political party represents Serbs of Kosovo, Serbian minority in Kosovo, and doing something maybe we have as a government and a society, we have to do more to integrate Serbian citizens in our society, but this takes time and a lot of work. So, yes.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Sorry. This scenario here is practically a baseline for something that is happening here in the Balkans and in the European Union. After the blockade from Bulgaria to Macedonia on integrating into the European Union, this is the narrative that Bulgaria is using against Macedonia at the moment. This is the direct meaning that I want to say for this campaign into my country. If we analyze who is reading and believes in these narratives from Russia, we can see that those are conservative people in Macedonia, conservative people. 90% of them are, how do I see this, hardcore believers in Christianity. So my suggestion would be to for the church to start telling the people what is true and what is not.
You see it happening?
Some of the churches, yes, because they're divided.
Would there be actually any measure how to make it a more reliable approach, how to make it a more systematic measure that could be applied? Do you have any idea how to do that? Perhaps it's just a matter of
the churches Macedonia is not transparent. It's a lot harder to get statements from the popes and everything. There are some in the last couple of months, they're becoming more open to the media because of the situation in Ukraine, and before that, the pandemic. Maybe we can use this momentum to let them tell the people the truth, because they're very, how do I say this, very, I don't remember the word, sorry. They're very influential in the society.
Great.
I forgot to add something about the fourth line, which is punishing and limiting of the disinformation. I think the biggest punishment a journalist can get is losing credibility as a journalist in himself, and this can go to the government column and also the civil society. Is just basically telling it's because being a journalist it means that you're an employee of the people themselves. So for them to know that this journalist used this cause for personal interest or something else that it can be problematic, especially in Kosovo, then the best punishment, I don't know if I can say it, is just to lose credibility. And after that, I don't think they're, and of course, enforcing the laws, and actually, because they should have consequences on their actions. It's not an light thing to say, well, this is what they did, the Russian government did this, and it's the correct thing, and that can be very problematic, not only just for Ukrainians themselves, but also for Kosovan society, since we're talking how does it affects our country. Thank you.
So any more ideas how you would solve this disinformation campaign in your country? Here, please, in the first row.
I'm talking about Italy because it's the situation I don't know. In Italy, for example, we experience all the Novax, no Green Pass, all this galaxy of opposing the existence of COVID-19 became pro-Putin funds. So basically, we experienced there was a big discussion in the public opinion about the role of the government, civil society, and media in documenting and raising awareness about this kind of this kind of groups. For example, there is the suspicion that a lot of journalists and TV presenters are funded by the Kremlin to spread disinformation about the conflict on the Italian public TV. So the government started to ask to the public TV to disclose who is paid to and by whom to speak in television. And given the fact that the Italian government is very slow in processing these things, this task basically was carried out by the civil society, by think tanks like ours, and by the media outlets. The problem is that there is no transparency on the funding, on the relationship between organization and governments. And in particular, there is also, I mean, in my opinion, in our country, there is not a willingness to repair the weaknesses on the third line of intervention, and on the fourth line of intervention to punishing and limiting the number of disinformers. So probably for us, the solution is to raise awareness while punishing the perpetrators of this kind of if you get money from Russia, you speak at the public television funded with public funding, there is a problem. There is a problem because no, it's not illegal, but it's a foreign influence.
Yeah, but you cannot be punished. I don't think there is a law that allows
No, there isn't.
to pursue you because you get punished.
But probably should be.
Probably at least some certain loss of credibility is there, so that
Yeah,
could be perceived. That could be
would
perceived as a kind of
important.
punishment as well.
Yes, definitely. In terms of opinion, fine, but let's pay attention that there is no possibility to punish. Otherwise, Mr. Orban impeding people to get funds from Soros Foundation would be on the same line. So you can get funds from the outside, and this is legal and should be legal always. We want to defend this as a possibility. The point is about reputation. So if you speak in favor of those that give you the money, so disclose who give you the money in case. But the problem in Italy, I think, is that many media use exactly the rhetoric of the key messages of Russian propaganda without being paid. And the amount of messages of this kind is overwhelming. So you cannot possibly name and shame all journalists, because many of them do it sincerely because they buy the Russian propaganda. So to me, the solution to repair this problem goes in, again, a direction I think we mentioned before, which is like a totally different, so creating totally different narratives. Like, for instance, if we have oligarchs that invest money in our country and that somehow buy villas on the Lake Como, disclose this kind of information that allow people to understand that the Kremlin people steal money from their own citizens and
villas, yachts, and whatever with money comes from criminal activity.
But this is not criminal activity officially. This is not.
It's a criminal activity. They are listed in the UN list.
Now they are. They were not before, so they are already. They were bought.
Yeah. No, but let's not get started. By the way, since you mentioned that, actually many journalists repeat these narratives, which seems to be quite a problem. So do you think it's a problem of a low awareness? Should there be like a higher awareness of what Russian propaganda actually is, how it looks like, what messages it spreads, what it tries to achieve?
I think that it's a question of political cultures. There are layers of political cultures that justify why it was so easy for the propaganda to achieve such a spread, a quick spread, and have so many supporters. We could discuss about it for hours, but I think the most important would be, in order to counter that, use different arguments, because it won't help contrasting this argument, but rather highlighting how democracy, the lack of democracy in Russia is a problem rather than a solution, because many arguments against liberal democracy are, for instance, see how Putin was successful. He's a strong man. The strong man achieves results quickly. The European Union is slow and inefficient. So in order to show that these arguments are false, you have to create different arguments, like the inefficiency, the problems, the consequences, the repression, the silencing of opposition. So creating a totally different narratives.
The positive narratives that were actually mentioned. Yeah. Whose task would it be? Would it be like more up to the?
That's why I insisted initially on the importance of having resources for civil society actors, for those the media that follow international affairs, which are completely underfunded. So if you have more funds for advocacy in favor of democracy, you'll be able to construct more public arguments. The problem is that while the Russian propaganda has large amount of money, most pro-democratic actors don't have this money. And if you go and measure how much money civil society has in Italy, you find out it's very limited.
Got it. So any other ideas what should be done to counter the spread of this disinformation?
I think we could start looking into so now we have already discovered quite a few ways to look into how to raise the awareness, and through also very different segments of the society. But I can still see that we have only identified one topic as a weakness. And I think if we want to sort of start moving in the discussion to the solution space, we could start looking into a little bit more weaknesses. And for now, we have on the government section the better integration of vulnerable groups. I'm wondering, we have also talked a lot about civil society. We have talked about media. I'm just wondering if anyone has anything they would like to say about the private sector, sort of say big technology companies, the social media. Would you necessarily see any weaknesses there that should be fixed?
Yeah, and so we have a gentleman in the back row. And by the way, I actually think that the positive narratives, you could also ascribe them to repairing of the weaknesses. You are kind of decreasing the target that the disinformers are hitting if you manage to spread the information.
I'm sorry, I might be wrong, but in my country, and I'm definitely sure Serbia as well, I'm talking a lot about Serbia because I have a lot of family there, and I know pretty much, not a lot, but I know something that's happening there. Naming and shaming journalists in this environment is not something that will help, because I don't know. For example, one of the biggest medias in Serbia is Blitz, for example, and they I think they can make a living alone off clickbait, and everyone knows they only, I mean, they make clickbaits, but people still keep opening those articles and leaving a million comments that it's a clickbait, but they do it again and again and again. So in these countries, the only thing that's working is a punishment. So there's that, and another thing is what was mentioned throughout this conference is that not a lot of young people are on Facebook, which is a lie. I would actually say that the only young people that do care about politics, just the slightest, all of them are on Facebook. So basically all the young people that are not on Facebook, there's a big chance that they have no idea about, they don't care about politics. They just probably never went to vote at all. So a lot of people, and especially the people who are interested in politics, are on Facebook and are in these Facebook groups, which I have mentioned earlier, who I don't know, for example, are doing the propaganda for Russia, as the group I mentioned.
So, and would you have any like specific measures that could be kind of written down as a recommendation?
I said the measure of raising awareness of Russians' intent, but not just others. I think all of these, maybe except the government, because it's a little complicated in our country, but definitely the media, the civil society, and yeah, they should do that as well.
Yeah, there we have one.
First, when I mentioned about the fourth line punishing and limiting of disinformation about naming and shaming, I was talking about Kosovo. I don't know how in Serbia because it works, but these are two different countries. So I'm sure you're aware of that. So I don't know how Serbia really, the government, I know a little bit because I have friends in Serbia and then told me about the government, how it works and how it controls the media. But I was talking about in Kosovo how really naming and shaming journalists is a big matter because people, the population of Kosovo is more than 70% of the young people. So of course they vote, especially the late 5 years, especially they are more aware in the politics and economy, and there is a bigger success. And what I mentioned about the media, why Facebook is morely targeted about elder generation rather than a youngster, is because that's the truth in Kosovo. And that's why in order to target all ages, I would use different media platforms, including traditional media. And about the third line, repairing weaknesses, when it comes to private sector, I would also put promoting Ukrainian culture, because the key, one of the main things that Russian government tries to do, as we read, is to basically remove completely the history of Ukraine. So it's very important to promote Ukrainian culture in a historically accurate way. So yeah, that's what I wanted to tell.
Yeah, great idea. Seeing some of the blank spaces there, I actually do believe that both the civil society and media have quite a big role when it comes to documenting of the disinformation cases. And in many countries, you would actually see they are the first ones, and only later is the government. Usually, in many countries, the civil society and the media are the first ones who ring the bell that there is the problem, and government very often reacts only later. I will again mention my home country. We obviously have some government teams who are monitoring what's happening in the open source environment, but we also have this channel that is targeting heavily pensioners, chain emails. This is their social media. They are not on Facebook, they're not on Twitter, but they are receiving these chain emails that you are supposed to forward to everybody in your address book. And they can reach hundreds of thousands of people, which is already quite a significant part of the audience. It's not the government that is monitoring what is happening there, or if they are not saying it. But obviously for a very good reason. We probably do not want the government reading our private correspondence, but it's this civil society group called Czech Elves. The inspiration comes from the Baltic countries. You might have heard of them. These elves countering the trolls on social media. So they are sometimes fighting the trolls on Twitter or on Facebook. And the Czech elves are also trying to infiltrate these groups that are forwarding these chain emails to each other, so that there is an actor in the society who actually knows what's happening there, because it would be bad not to know it. So that's, for example, one of the measures where civil society can really help to document what is happening in the information space. Yeah, but this is not the part where I should be speaking. This is the part where you should be speaking. But so please, any other ideas? What more could be done? Do we have anything online, Aner? Nothing. Okay. So it's up to you in the room to come up with a counter-disinformation strategy that will save us all. Okay. Yep.
I would correct from positive narrative or add from positive to positive.
I think you can do both.
Yeah. What I meant is rather pre-banking narratives. So basically creating alternative stories that show the limits of this and that, rather than only saying nice things, because we know, as you mentioned, that bad news circulate much easier and faster than good news. So saying that we are a fantastic union of democracies doesn't really function. Showing how terrible it is to live in Russia today and before, it is much easier. So I would go to show the limits of other.
Is there anything else that you think, for example, the big tech companies, that Facebook and Twitter and TikTok, what they should be doing in your country to actually limit or counter the spread of disinformation? They are often significantly blamed for the problem. So what would be your recommendations? What should they do?
Hi again. Okay, so when we're talking about Facebook or Instagram, which are under the same company, one way that they already practice that, but not, and they are aware of all their huge platform that they have and the impact that they can have in different aspects of life, and even here in a Russian and Ukrainian war. So they should work more into the algorithm to filter, I would say, filtering the posts that they make, because or filtering the keyword that they use, because, for example, nowadays, I've found out that, and I've seen that, especially people of my generation, they already know this method that social media uses by filtering keywords. Like, for example, not saying Russia, you just say you change one letter, and you can already post that. So I think that they should work more into their algorithm to control it in a better way. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, just to control the algorithm in a better way, but also just not to a level where it would put defect in freedom of speech, because then this is a whole different thing. That's why I think with filtering we can start off, and because I'm not expert when it comes to tech companies, but I'm talking from a young person's perspective as a student. I think to change algorithm in a better way, to work on it and to filter it is one way to approach it.
I'm not sure about filtering because that is a sort of censorship. But maybe marking the sources. For example, if you open Russia Today, when you go with the mouse on Russia Today, it says that it's a Russian state-controlled media. Maybe Facebook can start marking the web portals that are using clickbait, for example. This web portal is using clickbait. maybe they can mark them in some way to show the people which media is controlled by whom.
I give you the floor immediately. I think algorithms, transparency is a fundamental aspect we should request to major platforms. So to make sure that we know how it is, that they choose to let us know the posts, which is necessarily something that will allow us to judge better. And then, of course, media literacy at school would allow people to get to be more aware of how algorithms work and how to somehow, with techniques, basic techniques, circumvent the limits of these choices.
In my opinion, the private sector, for punishing and limiting the disinformation, could also improve the reporting system. When you report a certain news, we experience in our observatory, we started reporting fake news about Putin to Twitter and about the COVID, and they always respond, it doesn't violate our stand, blah, blah, blah. If you check the box with anti-Semitism, they cancel the news from Twitter. And came back to the what our Macedonian friend was saying. In our consortium, for example, we have one NGO that is called NewsGuard, you probably know, and they developed this tool. There is a plugin to Google Chrome that gives you the rating of the site with like green, yellow, red, based on 10 journalistic criteria about reliable sources and so on. And this could be, they are still experimenting about the use of this, but it's quite a good tool.
I'm actually really quite a fan of labeling these disinformation outlets, because it's not outright banning them, but it's kind of warning the readers, you know, if you consume this, be prepared that something undesirable might happen, as we do with tobacco or unhealthy food. They had a huge problem with obesity in Chile, and they started like marking unhealthy food. This will make you fat, and they actually have quite good results with that. Social media frequently say, you know, we are not the arbiters of truth. So who will be telling them which outlet should be labeled? Is it more up to the governments, or up to the civil society, up to the media, or any, you know, new institution that is yet to be created?
So my take is still the same when it comes to marking sources, and also saying this media outlet is not trustful or reliable, the same way as I hold the same belief about the government. We should be aware of the huge platform these tech companies have. So a social media as Facebook saying that this is not a reliable source without even telling why, it's not something very good. It's a dangerous thing to do, and social media can easily manipulate people who are not aware of these stuff, or not in the media, or they're not students of journalism or any kind of communication. So I really don't agree that labeling this, because I think it's different from labeling food and labeling media, in my opinion. I could be wrong. But
Vera, are we already running out of time, or is it? Yeah, well, wrapping up. Is there any other idea that should be put there? What should be done? Okay. Well, thank you for all the ideas. To be frank, I would actually expect some measures asking the governments to fund some anti-disinformation activities. You know, if we consider them not to be the best, the most trustworthy actor, at least they could fund those actors who we consider more trustworthy. So I would probably be asking a bit more from the governments. And perhaps I would probably expect a bit more measures to be done by the media, because I think many of them are doing a brilliant job in many of those lines. You know, even in the punishing, like naming and shaming, exposing those who are actually spreading Russian disinformation, and that they are, for example, doing it for Russian money. This is where the role of the media is, in my opinion, crucial, and it's significantly better if it's done by the civil society or by the media than by the government. But not to keep you too long, thank you very much for the discussion. If you have any ideas, like after the conference, you know, I recall something more could be done, please feel free to drop us an email. We'll be happy to collect these ideas. And yeah, thank you for your cooperation this afternoon. And let me stop here.
We're going to do just a very quick wrap up, because I know that you are all tired, and this has been a long but hopefully a productive and interesting day for all of you. I would like to once again thank all of the panelists. I would like to thank all of the participants, our partners, and everyone who was following us online. So thanks go all around. And on behalf of the RCC, just to wrap up, I would like to say that we do not consider these annual regional conferences on countering disinformation to be a one-off thing. You know, we gather here, we have a nice chat, and then we move on with our lives. Everything that has been discussed today, all of the inputs that you have given, all of the information and insights that we have gathered from our distinguished panelists, will be gathered, we will think on them, we will talk to our partners, and hopefully we will be able to build a platform where we take into account the lessons learned, the gaps which have been noted, and to start working on something concrete and long-term together. Together being the key word here. Thanks once again, everyone, and we hope that in the next years you will see this conference grow in participation, in scope, and in ambition. That will be it from the RCC side, and now I will also give the opportunity to Luisa and Vera to maybe share some of their final thoughts.
So on my side as well, I wish to thank you, RCC, and participants and the colleagues for joining. And of course, as a concluding note, I would say it is evident to all of us, it is a complex issue that we have not quick fix solutions. Otherwise, we would have found already a way out of this complex world we live in. And of course, that local context matter a lot. Some of our contexts emerged in the discussion today, some other didn't, but I think we should be also very much focusing on our own specific situations in order to respond to these complex issues. And by the way, I think youth is an important actor because it's ready to initiate activities and cooperate transnationally, and it is open-minded very often, and is probably the best actor also to bring in older generations, which are probably less equipped, paradoxically, than the old, than the young ones. So somehow it will be thanks to the new generation to reach the old ones in creating more awareness, which I think is one of the keywords of our discussion today. So I really hope this is just one more step in our cooperation, and more activities will make us able to reach out to as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petra. Thank you so much, Luisa. It's been a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank you, RCC, once again, and all of our partners here. I also want to thank the audience. I talked about resilience in the beginning, and I think you all have showed great personal resilience by surviving the whole day today with us. It's been a great day. I really hope that you have gathered some new skills, some new ideas with you. And I'm really looking forward to the continuation of these conferences and the work going on in the Western Balkans. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a lovely afternoon, get some rest, and hopefully those of you who are not from Sarajevo have still some time and means to walk around the city and get to know it a little bit. It is a beautiful one. Okay, thanks.